9th, and 3, 4, 8, 12, and 13. I didn't have the decision. Let's see, just decision.
Okay.
The motion should be correct for the last one because I would kind of repeat it to her as I typed it. Um,
Will you get these comments?
Hmm.
The decision needs to be filled in here. Do you want to take a picture of it?
Yeah. Agenda
If the
item.
decision needs to be.
I just did this at the last minute.
Yeah.
Walked out the house. 3, 4, 8, 12, and 13. It says decision instead of.
yeah,
All right, everyone, we'll get started. Welcome to the October 23rd, 2025 VAR Small Meeting. My name is Lindsay Van Slambrook. I'll be your chairwoman. Fellow board members with us this evening are Daryl Cobb, Becky Finno, Bill Turner, and Fillmore Wilson. City staff present are Frankie Pinto, BARS Administrator, and Rachel Fuller, Preservation Planner. The order of tonight's meeting is as follows. So for each application, we'll hear an introduction overview from city staff for the benefit of the board and the public. This will be followed by the applicant's presentation. If you are speaking on behalf of the applicant, this is owners, designers, consultants, architects, you should speak during the applicant presentation versus during public comment. The applicant will have a 10-minute period of time total to present their project, and please approach the podium, state your name first and last for the record. The applicant's presentation will be followed by public comment. All written public comment has been provided to the board in advance of the meeting for review. If you are speaking as a member of the public, raise your hand, I'll recognize you. Please approach the podium, state your name first and last for the record, and your address if you're a neighbor nearby. Public comment will be followed by city staff comments and recommendations. And once we've heard from city staff and the public, the applicant will have a 5-minute period of time to clarify or respond to anything raised during public comment or during the city staff comments and recommendations. After the applicant response period has closed, public comment in the applicant's presentation will be closed and we'll move into board discussion and a vote on each application. Results will be posted online at the city's website. 170 Whitworth Street has been deferred by staff. If there are students present, welcome. Once you've stayed for your allotted period of time, please see Rachel and she can sign what you need. Please turn off your cell phones. And please remember that the purview of this board is architecture only. So anything related to livability, zoning, stormwater are not within the purview of this board and should not be voiced here either during public comment or during the applicant's presentation. All right, we'll get started on the agenda. Agenda item A1 is review of the minutes from the September 25th, 2025 meeting. I make a motion to approve with the edits I circulated to the board earlier today. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Fillmore. Put the motion to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Hearing none opposed, the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item A2 is review of the minutes from the October 9th, 2025 meeting. I make a motion to approve with the edits that Fillmore provided before this meeting. Do I have a second?
A second.
Becky. Put the motion to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Hearing none opposed, the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item B1 is 178 Sansucci Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Yes, ma'am. 178 Sansucci Street. It's in Wagner Terrace, which is Council District 6. It is a category 4 in the architecture inventory, circa 1935, located in the historic materials demolition purview. They are requesting approval for partial demolition of exterior elements which are visible from the public right-of-way. This is the property's location on Sansucci. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jenny Mullen, representing Mike and Cindy Whippy, who are the owners of 178 Sansucci. We have been here, as you know, a couple times. You guys have granted approval for a few items, which I'll review. And we're asking for a few other minor things, and this was just kind of miscommunication and misunderstanding. So it was originally part of the plan, but error on my part, honestly. So what we have already been granted approval for is removal of the front porch, remove the rear facing flat roof, the rear windows, siding on the back of the house, and the rear doors as indicated on the plans. The left side door and hood and stoop have been approved, and the rear wall below the eave on the historic portion of the house, which is facing the rear. The following items we originally requested, but have since been removed. Originally, we wanted to demo the front fireplace, but that's going to be rebuilt by the contractor. There was also a front gable that we were trying to remove. That has been deleted from the request. Small sections above all the windows, we deleted from the request, and all windows, all siding, and another double set of windows. So we have pared it down as much as possible. The following are what is on the docket for tonight. On the non-historic part of the home, which I'll show you, there's a left and rear, our left and right side eave that we would like to remove. On the historic portion of the home, there is a rear eave. There are 3 small sections of the roof, and then there's just a 12 by 36 inch space on the right side of the house. So I'll give you a visual of all of these things right now. This is our existing front and rear elevations of the house. This is the non-historic portion of the home. This is the existing left and right side elevations. Okay, here's the roof section that we are 1, 2, 3 that we're trying to request for demo. All of these have indicated how far they're down from the ridge. So this position will be, the starting position will be 11 feet down from the ridge on the rear of the house. This part right here, the highest point will be 3 feet 2 inches down from the ridge. And then on the front, this is going to be 5 feet and 11 inches down from the ridge. The existing up there, but the existing roof is 1,349.50. This is a small percentage of the total square footage.
Good.
Right. Is everybody good on that one? Seeing that? Okay, now we're moving on to the eaves. So this is a historic part of the home. This is the rear elevation and the rear eave. This is significantly damaged and it's been kind of pieced in over time. And then on the left and the right side, this is the non-historic portion of the house. This eave and this eave is what we are requesting. Both of those materials are non-original to the house. This picture on the left is just showing you all the significant rot on the rear eave. It's beyond Bondo repair. It definitely needs to be replaced. And then this is just showing mismatched trim throughout the house on the left side. On the right side elevation, this is a 12-inch by 36-inch area that we would like to request demo for. And that's it.
Can you go to the roof plan?
Sure.
And can you, on the back of the house, can you show us or touch where you're specifically going to
Sure.
demo?
Sure. Okay. So it's right here. This is the rear part
I got the roof, but on this, from
right
this,
here.
are you proposing to demo to the corner boards? Is that all the way across?
So this has already been approved. But right now, we're just requesting this and then this roof portion. The rectangle part is right, if you go up and then over.
On the side of the house?
Not the side, this is just the roof section right here.
But it goes to the edge of the roof is what you're saying?
It goes to the edge, yeah.
That's okay. Now I understand. I think I
It
understand.
goes to the edge. And the same thing. This portion, I mean, you can't really tell, but this is on this side. It's not going to go to the side. It's a triangle shape. Okay. On this the right side.
So that eve would be maintained on the side.
No, you mean this one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The only eve we need, it's like a L shape right here and then on the right side over here. And then on the front of the house, this is another little rectangle shape. Also, at one point, we had asked for a little rectangle here, which we are not gonna do. That was for when there was gonna be a, dormer, thank you,
Dormer.
yeah. But that is no longer required. We just need this little rectangle,
So,
which will not affect the table.
since this has been here, did we request them to set in 6 inches from the sides on the rear?
That corner, you're talking about the kind of
The
you have,
left corner of the building?
This one,
Yes, ma'am. The corner board, the vertical board right there?
or this one. Mhm.
Yeah, so the demolition is set in from that, or it's parallel to that exterior wall?
Parallel to that.
Parallel.
Okay,
I think at the time, we were thinking that corner was not visible. Maybe the eave was, but the actual corner of the building was
Okay.
not visible. The
Okay.
side street, yeah.
That the E was visible.
Yeah, but not up below that eave. I don't think it was visible
I
from the side.
think I have side. This is the side view right here. This is looking at that.
I mean,
Kind of
from, I
down
mean,
there.
from the other street,
Around the corner.
around the corner.
It is that eve on the addition and the main house and the corner down about this far below the eve, visible from the side street. I have one other question on the
Sure.
area on the front roof on the right-hand side.
Yes.
That area of roof demolition,
Mhm.
right, does that go all the way to the eve and include the eve on the right-hand side?
We're not gonna be demoing the E.
That does not include the eve. Okay, so it stays off the eve. That demolition stays off the eve.
Technically not even demoing it, we're going up top.
Okay, I got
So all of them are the same thing, we're just going on top.
Okay, so you're just overlay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
it's not, we're not really.
We were
asking
told we
them-
needed to ask for demo.
Yeah, right. I don't know why, but it's just a little confusing, but we're just laying on top of all those red areas right there, and we're just sitting around top.
Okay.
And the request for the eve at the rear of the original structure for that section of eve there. That's the same as the roof stage. If you were saying that eve is the material there is badly deteriorated, but if you're going to repair it, you don't need to ask for demolition. If it's repair in kind, you could get that approved.
The only reason we're asking for demo in that area right there is because when we're done, you're never gonna see it again. Right?
Okay, I got you.
So
Okay.
that's why we're asking for demo there.
I got you.
And then the side eaves on the, the addition, the old addition part, right? They're not historical to what the old stuff was. You can see that the crown building there can buy at Lowe's. Right? So it's not like it's historic that my opinion, we don't need to keep it, right? I can still come down and make those eaves match up and make everything look the same the way it is now. I'd like those to go away so I can rebuild it and make it nice and tight into each other.
Okay, well, would that also not be a repair? That also need a repair.
Still not historic, he's gonna cover it up.
Cover it up. And that's why they're asking for demolition. I mean, the plan, we can't really discuss the plan, but
Yeah.
we have to
We-
view it as if it's demolition.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
I
are
did this
here
morning.
Once it's covered, we don't
It
have.
was
Yeah.
flagged.
This side and this side right here, this is what I'm talking about. This side and this side right here.
Yeah.
These are not gonna be covered. Those are the non-historic eaves that we're asking to take down so that we can tie in, the new area, let's just say, in right here, right?
Yeah. We have,
This
we
one
just
needs to go
simply have
away.
to review it as if it's demolition.
Absolutely, it's all right.
Right.
I have a hard time
Yeah.
explaining it, I
Yeah.
can't really explain.
We have a hard time.
We have a hard
reviewing
time.
it.
Because
Yeah.
So,
we can only consider it as demolition.
Yes, sir.
this is we thought maybe it would be a repair in kind. However, it has been flagged that this should be brought to you guys and requested as demo, so.
Yeah.
So we've already gone that route. Can I go through any slides again?
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
affiliate Start Charleston Foundation. HCF appreciated the opportunity to visit the site this morning. We would like to request that any roof demolition be limited to the rear of the property.
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciated the opportunity to visit the site this morning. While no photos were provided in this application to evaluate the condition of the roof structure, we encourage the project team to focus any demolition of the roof on the rear, less visible areas, rather than impacting the front elevation. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? Okay, Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Yes, ma'am. Staff just had a couple observations that they're requesting additional portions of roof eaves and portion of wall above the window. And then we had the two previous board motions. If anything was questioned as to what has been approved by y'all before, we actually do not have a recommendation because we felt like to make one, we could not uphold the previous board motions. Because anything including the eaves you guys had required.
Did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments? All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
The only item that I have a lot of issue with is the front. Usually we try to have our demolitions limited mostly to the rear of the structure, so I don't really have much of an issue with the rear roof sections. I do have an issue with the front roof section. The eaves on the later addition, they're not a really strong feature, so I don't really have a strong feeling about keeping those either. The small window on the side, I could guess what it's for. And I don't really have an issue with that.
Not that you're considering what it's for.
Not that I'm considering what it's for, but I can guess.
How about the historic portion? The eaves on the historic portion.
Once again, it's on the rear of the house. I mean, what we've sort of steered people through from towards time and time again is if you're gonna do demolitions on these small houses up there, confine them to the rear. And so that's why I feel like you can give more leeway to the rear, but definitely not the front.
When it comes to now I have a different feeling about the rear the rear single story addition. The main body of the house, I believe that our original consideration was appropriate, and that is you have to stay off the corners, you have to stay off the ridge, you have to stay off the eaves. And I would not support the demolition of the section of the roof. But that I would not support the demolition eve of the historic gable on the right hand side, or that eve at the rear where it turns the corner, or the corner of the original house on the right side.
But I think we've already given approval for that rear wall without conditioning that they stepped in like Daryl was talking about.
Okay, yeah, I'd have to go back and check. That may be, if that is the case, but I still support retaining the eve.
I think I'm a little confused as to what we previously approved.
And
I
I
think
think it was,
we approved the full back wall.
That's
That's unusual for us, not.
I know we approved the windows.
The wall we did, but I don't think we.
Yeah, approval of demolition of rear wall and windows of the original body.
Okay, good notes, definitely.
I think at the time we felt like you could only see up around the eve area, but not the actual physical corner of the building.
So now the ask.
Well, that's what I mean, we approved, right? So we can change that, but I'm not support the demolition of the the main house
Right. Which,
on either side or the.
I don't think they're asking for sides other than the addition.
Uh, yeah, the rear eve of the main.
Okay.
I'm in agreement.
Is everybody in agreement on the side window?
It's so about, it's so
It's
about
all
30
by-
steps.
yeah.
That's a new request, right?
Yeah.
That was not on the original request.
I don't have a problem with that. It's,
I love it. I love it.
I don't either.
I might not lose sleep over it.
That's on the right side, yeah.
Daryl, what do you think about the roof?
I would,
I think I'm in agreement with Bill. Just the front part of the demolition gives me a little heartburn, but other than that, sounds like we've pretty much approved everything on the rear.
Except for that rear eve.
that rear eve and
When you say the rear eve, is it the eve on the back of the house?
That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, on the
It's-
original body of the
Got
house.
it.
Yeah.
This guy.
So they need to,
It's the,
yeah, good, yeah,
which is visible from the side. street.
understood.
Yes, that's-
But that doesn't bother me too much. I know they can't do much without it, but I know that's a sticking point usually with the board on original structures.
Bill, did you want to try and craft a motion?
Approval of the demolition apart from the roof section on the front of the house and the portion of the eave on the original body of the house rear.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for approval of the demolition as proposed, with the exception of the roof section on the front of the house and the portion of the eave on the historic rear section. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Daryl. We'll put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
yeah,
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill,
Yeah.
Daryl.
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes to the majority and the motion passes 4-4 and 1 against. Thank you. Agenda item B2, 115 Peachtree Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
1 second. One 115 Peachtree Street is in Wagner Terrace, Council District. It is a category 4, that's what the 1838 and historic materials demolition. They're requesting approval for partial demolition of exterior elements visible from public right of way. This is the property's location on Peachtree. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening, Julie O'Connor, designer on the project. Thank you to everyone who came out this morning for the site visit. It was great. A little chilly, but good. So this really is all on the east side of the house. And have things labeled, and hopefully it makes it easier to understand. We would like to remove this window right here, these two windows right here, and this window. As we discussed on site, these windows are vinyl, they are not original. And the siding is not original either. I sent in a couple of interior photos just because it made it a lot easier to understand. In addition to removing this window, these two windows and this window, we'd also like to remove some sections of wall, which are the highlighted yellow pieces. So where we removed these windows, we would cover that in. Where we removed this window, we would cover that in. And then we'd like to remove these little highlighted areas of wall as well. So number one tags to this picture right here from the inside. And as you can see, it's all new framing that has been rebuilt at some point prior to my clients purchasing the property. This is this window right here in this photo. So this is all new framing. This picture right here are these windows right here. As you can see, that is not an original opening either. This is all new framing as well. And then these two windows, you can see there is older framing around it, but obviously those window sizes have been modified as well. So this wall has gone through a lot of changes, don't know when, but certainly recently, as you can see by the new framing. So that's the project.
I have a question
Yeah.
so from the back of the house to the front.
Yeah.
It's new framing for the
Right.
three windows.
Right, all the way to here, and then the next thing that you would see in this picture is this. So this is the back of the house going forward, and then it comes to this.
So
All new framing,
these two and this one is new framing.
Yeah.
I understand it.
all the way up to here.
Yes.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public? All right, Frankie, if you give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
We just had some observations. They're requesting removal of fenestration and portions of the east wall. Windows are character defining features and replacement materials such as vinyl windows are not, the material itself would not be under board purview. Staff condition for approval, we would support demolition of sub-portions of existing windows or of existing walls adjacent to the existing windows. Our recommendation is approval of demolition adjacent to window 3 if it is the same proportions as the window, and denial of the remainder.
Thank you, Frankie. Julie, do you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comments?
Yeah, I just want to go back and see what, where she's talking, if that's okay.
So for example, if that was a shifting of a window or making a ganged window of this, we were saying if it was the same proportions, we would be in support.
For this,
Yes.
and denial of everything else.
Unless they were the same proportions as existing windows.
Yes, okay. Yes, and so, you know, I did want to mention, and I mentioned this when we were on site, that because this wall has gone through so many changes and we really don't know what was there originally, we don't feel like these windows are character defining because they're clearly new in new framing. Especially, for instance, this window right here was clearly put in with the new kitchen that was added. So that's why we felt like we were doing a sensitive job with this.
So it's just the front two that are the original, 3 and 4 original locations. Everything else, we have no idea. Is that correct?
Everything else is in new framing, so
Right,
yeah,
right.
right, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Obviously, the windows themselves are newer, they're vinyl. Solid vinyl windows. Looking at the photographs, particularly the back two sections, where the framing, I don't know, has been was new. The only thing I see about it and obviously some of the framing is new and the window sizes are probably changed even on this front two. But the current window openings or locations do present a reasonable rhythm that would exist on a house like that. So I don't have any concern about the windows themselves. They're the new historic I don't. The front two, I would guess might be close to their original locations. It's hard to tell. Don't know about the ones going towards the rear.
There's no symmetry to any of it on the sides. So it doesn't,
Like I said, not sort of past this front two, there is this, and really even the front two. Even the second one coming from the front is probably
Number 3.
been shifted.
I would think so too. So that's where I come up with nothing symmetrical on it anyway. So I don't have a problem with it.
I tend to agree with Daryl just because of the amount of alterations that have happened in this wall. It's kind of hard to tell where the windows originally were. I agree that 3 and 4 might have been the original locations, but 1 and 2, it's anybody's guess.
3 might be a guess. Well, I guess you had an interior photograph of 3.
I'm in agreement with Bill and Daryl.
Actually, the only thing I have a little trouble with is item 1 extending from the low part into the gable. Like sort of
Is what?
the number 1 kind of going.
Yeah, I thought about that too.
Kind of leaning, like if it could have like stayed on one side or the other, like that form. In that form.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I.
What about this?
We don't have too much. Position of 3 and 4.
When I was on this side, twice I walked over to the side to see how visible that was, and it didn't appear to be overly visible on this older house, so I wasn't. Anything she comes back with is not going to be symmetrically worse than what's there, was my opinion.
Like that's
True.
So much better. So much better.
Do we have some consensus on a motion? Daryl?
I mean, I'm inclined to approve it as submitted. You know, if I get any support from that, I don't.
With that.
Can I make a motion?
So I have a motion on the floor for approval as submitted. Do I have a second to Daryl's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Bill. I'll put the motion to a vote. Fillmore? You gonna come back?
Yeah.
Becky? Daryl?
Yeah, in favor.
Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in fact.
The chair votes with the majority and the motion passes 4-4 and 1 against. Thank you. All right, agenda item 3 for Percy Street. And we'll do the application separately, just demo first and then 3 and then 4. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
4 Percy Street is in Cannonboro, Elliott Borough, Council District 6. It is category 4 in the architecture inventory circa 1895 in the Old City District. Requesting approval for partial demolition of the existing rear addition. This is property's location on Percy Street. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you, Frankie. I'm Becky Fenno. I'm presenting our request for demolition at 4 Percy Street. Thank you for everybody who came out this morning to look at the property. This is the survey of the property. On the bottom is Percy Street, and at the rear of the historic house, you can see the hatched area. That's the addition that we're asking for removal. Invading that portion of the house, that addition first appeared in the bottom left, which is, I'm sorry, it did not appear in the 1973 Sanborn on the bottom left. And then it did appear in the 1974 tax map on the bottom right. So somewhere between 73 and 74 is the date of that addition. This is the location of the site looking north on Percy Street with the house on the right, just past the brick building. These are some views on the left of from Percy Street. On the bottom left, we're looking up the driveway of 6 Percy Street, which is actually a sister house to this house. And you can see the rear addition back there at the end of the historic house. On the bottom right is a photograph taken from the yard itself, not the public way. And you can see the 1-story addition. These are some details. On the top left is the view from 6 Percy Street, the rear yard. And then the other views are of the structure itself. There was quite a bit of work done in 2021, and the structure really has all new siding, windows, doors, roof. So there's very little original fabric of 1973 or 1974. This is the site plan showing the addition at the rear left, rear right, and the first and second floor plans showing the hatched area for removal. These are the elevations on the right from Percy Street, where it's not visible from the directly ahead. And then on the left is the rear elevation showing the addition to be removed. And then the north elevation, which is the driveway at 6 Percy Street with the rear addition hatched for removal. And on the bottom is the south elevation showing the rear addition for removal.
Any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public? Okay, Frankie, if you give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, staff just had observation that we don't object to the removal of the existing rear addition, so we are recommending approval.
Thank you. Becky, did you want to respond to or clarify anything in the? All right. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
We're talking about a 1973, 1974 edition, so although it meets the technical definition of historic, it's kind of not in the same category as some of the other things that we see. The siding has clearly been replaced, the doors, the roof is a newer roof, so even with it being a 73 building, there's not a lot left of the 73 building, I don't think, so I don't really have any issue with it.
No, either.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion for approval as submitted.
We have a motion on the floor for approval as submitted. Do I have a second to Bill's motion?
I'll second. Go
Put
ahead. You know.
the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in fact.
Bill,
Yay in favor.
Daryl.
You in favor?
Chair votes the majority, the motion passes unanimously. All right, agenda item 4 is again 4 Percy Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
I read they're requesting a conceptual approval for a new rear addition, front door, stairs, fence, and a gate. And this is the location on Percy Street, and I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you. I'm Becky Denham. I'm presenting our addition rear of 4 Percy Street. This is an aerial view showing the overall of the project with the historic house on the left, and the rear addition and the street. This is the survey that we just looked at and the Sanborn maps. And this is the streetscape on the left of Percy Street. We are showing a photograph on the bottom right that there is a sliver of visibility at the rear of the structure from Cumming Street. These are views on the left of the front of the house. On the top right is a detail of the entry, as we are asking for a door and transom to be in the existing piazza screen, and for removal of the concrete steps and replacement with brick steps with a bluestone tread and a bluestone cap to be added to the coping wall. And also brick piers and a wrought iron gate at the end of the driveway. At the bottom right, again, is the rear of the structure where we will be creating the addition. This is the existing site plan that we just looked at. This is the proposal, and working from left to right for C Street and the historic house. Then we have created a hyphen, which is a little indent from the historic house, which steps in on the north about 8.5 inches, and on the south about 2.5 feet. And then we have the addition, the rest of the addition, and to the far right, screen porch. This is the existing and proposed first floor plan. And again, on the bottom with our proposal, you can see the end of the historic house, and then so clear definition of the historic, and then a hyphen, and then the additional family room and screen porch. This is the second floor, and on the bottom is the proposed floor plan. We follow the same stepping in of the hyphen after the historic house, but the footprint of the second floor, that south wall steps back. So it's not as deep as the first floor. You can see the roof to the south, which covers the first floor. And then there's a deck on the second floor. This is the roof plan. In elevation on the right is the elevation of Percy Street. And we're showing the addition, the request for the door, a 4-panel door and transom in the existing piazza screen, and the brick and bluestone stairs, the bluestone added to the coping wall, and the piers and wrought iron gate of the driveway. On the left is the rear elevation, where you can see the addition and the screen porch. And the addition basically sits underneath and is sort of framed by the historic house. So all parts of that land against the back wall of the historic structure. This is the north elevation. And this is a good elevation. On the bottom is our proposal, where you can see on the right would be Percy Street and the historic structure. We are asking for one of the windows on that north wall to be changed to match the adjacent window to the left. That's that middle window on the first floor. This entire elevation in the VAR file, it was damaged by fire, and this entire elevation and all the windows and siding were changed in 2021. So this is all brand new material on this elevation. Past the historic house, you can see our 4-foot hyphen, where we sort of step down and step in from the historic to pay that some respect. And then there's the 2-story addition, and then the 1-story screen porch and deck. So really creating that diagram that we see on historic buildings, where we're stepping down the massing from the main historic house, moving toward the back of the site. These are some details of that window that we're asking to change. This is the south elevation. So on the left is the historic structure, and then there's the hyphen with 2 taller windows, and then the addition, the 2-story addition, and the 1-story screen porch. We are really defining the structure as well to be new by changing the side of the lap siding and using a more contemporary window, but reflecting back to the 1/1 windows that are seen on the historic structure. This is the streetscape with the sister building at 6 Percy to the left and the brick building to the right. And this is that little view that you would see from Cummings Street. Thank you. Are there any questions?
The piazza screen door and transom above, how does that differ from what's there now?
We're actually gonna use the existing opening and then it's gonna match the sister house.
Okay.
And actually it's imitated on the front door as well. So there's a lot of, if I get back to the photographs, there's a lot of precedent there for
So it's sort of like a
fulfilling that.
correcting a past mistake or something.
Right,
Yeah.
it just simply was removed. You can see there that it's just simply missing. So the whole frame and everything that's there will remain.
Okay.
And just that, as it would have been originally, that will be put back.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Laurel Bay with Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciated the applicant reaching out to us and for the opportunity to visit the site this morning. We appreciate that the proposed addition is appropriately hyphenated and subordinate in height. While we acknowledge that the piazza has been infilled, the footprint of the first floor should be further subordinated to match that of the second floor, which is appropriately inboard of the historic piazza footprint. Thank you.
Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF appreciated the opportunity to visit the site this morning. Thanks to the architect for reaching out to us. We acknowledge the rear addition is designed to be subordinate, and we appreciate the use of the hyphen to differentiate it from the historic structure. However, given the visibility of the addition from the street, we suggest that the mapping could be improved by eliminating the pop out on that first floor, converting just this portion into a porch to create a more traditional appearance and better align with historic character.
Is there anyone else speaking? All right, Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff has some observations. A proposed addition is subordinate and differentiated from existing structure and has been separated by a hyphen. Eliminating the second window from the right on the second floor would create a better rhythm of fenestration and make it feel more vertical than horizontal. However, staff condition is just to restudy the corner condition for the rear roof deck, such as the cable railing. Staff recommendation is conceptual approval with board and staff conditions and preliminary final review by staff and permit.
Thank you, Frankie. Becca, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments?
Yes. Just with the comments from the Historic Charleston Foundation and Preservation Society, we feel like with that the fact that the piazza has been fully enclosed, that there is subordination of the plan, and also just the visibility down that driveway, even though you will see that one-story addition, that there's really that clear story that's being told between the historic house, and that this is clearly an addition that's been made over time.
All right, public comment in the applicant presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Yes, Frankie, one question. Can you clarify which one you were talking about?
Yeah, Rachel, can you scroll back?
Oh, it's fine.
Um.
Fillmore, what do you think?
I think it meets the requirements, I think, in the letter of being subordinate. I don't think it's small, but I would say that in general, it does read as subordinate, so I think that's good in essence. It's fine. There are a couple of things. The cornice of that I mentioned this morning, the cornice of that house is really quite attractive, and it may not be visible, so this may just be sort of a personal thing. I'm not sure that where the hyphen hits that cornice is visible, so it might not be under our purview. But I think perhaps modifying that roof form and getting that, the little gable of that hyphen off of the material, the original cornice. Actually, it's the guys-on of the rear gable would be nice. I'm not sure about how the cable rail on the rear deck interacts with the back corner of the addition. Um, it lands on the awning section over the lower windows there. And I'm struggling a little bit with fenestration on the south elevation of the addition. It certainly is differentiated, which is fine. It seems sort of out of character with the rhythm of the fenestration. Not on that side of the original house, which is confused, of course, when it closed. I'm struggling a little bit with fenestration. I think staff had a recommendation about that second window on the second floor, correct?
Remove it.
Few details. In general, it's really going in the right direction.
Yeah, I clearly don't have any issues with the changes on the front elevation, or that I have an issue with the shortening of the window on the opposite side, the north side. All of that having been rebuilt, and those windows aren't at current levels, equal levels anyway, so she's matching the one next door to that. I think it's properly hyphenated from the historic body itself. As far as the cornice goes, I understand where you're getting at, that this property is walled off on the south side by the old church's whatever you call it, the brick wing they put on the end, and also about partially across the back too. And then the house in the back too. So you just only have like I don't know if the driveway's with and straight shot down.
I think
you're
it's
just going to
visible,
see.
so I really don't think
piece
it's
of
our
that.
purview. It's just a comment
Yeah.
about the fact. Sort of cutting into that historic.
Yeah.
Cornice just.
Yeah, and if that were highly visible, I would feel pretty strongly like you do, like you said about that. But the gable, the eave itself up top is being preserved, as well as the decorative brackets. The addition is being dropped down enough to preserve all of that. I think that's the biggest character defining feature back there. Although the gable return across is nice too. I don't think you're going to see that interruption from the street. I've never personally been a big fan of cable rails, so I wouldn't mind seeing that restudied. I think the addition sets in. I'm comfortable with the way it sets in because it is set in from the body of the house. I can't see those porches being reopened anytime soon, where you would actually see through them to the addition. So it is still tucked in behind the house. I don't really have much of an issue with the fenestration, the concept behind the fenestration on the south side. Maybe some tweaking could be done of the windows, but I rather like the transparency of that elevation. And it's very, very clean looking elevation to me, and it strongly differentiates itself from the main body of the house, but overall, I'm comfortable with it.
It's not a deal breaker for me. It just seems it seems a little incompatible. The architecture, the overall architecture, certainly not the fenestration pattern on that side of the main house.
Yeah, I mean, that's chaotic,
But
you know.
This type of fenestration on it, we see it right here. vehemently opposed to it. I just consistently think that if we look at the language differentiated from but compatible with, that those fenestration patterns do not, I don't see them as necessarily compatible with the surrounding architecture. That's not that it's a deal breaker for me. No.
Is it
It's a comment.
Is it I assume you're talking about the windows, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about the windows.
Yeah.
I don't have any issue at all overall with the issue. And my only comment, not a condition, my only comment about it is that style and pattern of fenestration, I do not believe is necessarily compatible with the style and fenestration patterns of the historic structures in the neighborhood. But we certainly see a lot of it. I don't think it's unattractive.
Daryl, what do you think?
Oh, I think in height, scale and mass, she's done what we ask most people to do. It's not, we approved bigger additions recently. With the window patterns, the cable railing doesn't bother me because it's a little more of a modern touch to the back of the building. So I don't have a problem with any of it.
Sounds like we have some consensus on a conceptual approval.
I will make a motion for conceptual approval
That was staff comments.
with staff comments. And I didn't have any additional comments. Did you gentlemen?
No, nothing is a condition. Okay. Preliminary and final review by staff.
Last staff?
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with staff conditions and preliminary and final review by staff. Do I have a second to Daryl's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Bill. Put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yay in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill,
Yeah, in favor.
chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. All right, agenda item 5, 211 Rutledge Avenue. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please. Yeah, it's back.
Yes.
I will wait for everyone to get situated and then introduce. Okay, 211 Rutledge is in Cannon Borough, Elliott Borough, which is Council District 6. It is a category. Category 3. Circa 1960, the old city district. Requesting partial demolition, including log roof, shelters, defensive construction. And this is property's location on Rutledge Avenue. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you, Frankie. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I appreciate your time tonight, and I appreciate the time you spent with us on site this morning as well. I'm going to try to, in the interest of time, again, because we met this morning, try to kind of provide an overview. As you all know, there's a 100-page long historic resources analysis report as part of the submission. I'm not going to try to go through every page, but I am going to try to hit some highlights. I feel it's incumbent on me to introduce the team pursuing this project because there has been some commentary publicly recently about the big out-of-town developers to this project. But I'd like to point out that Adam Monroe and Scott Kay and Greg Smith, who are in the audience tonight, and myself all live here locally and work and raise our families here in Charleston. So we have a fantastic team, and all of them are available here to answer questions as well as Brian Ferris, who is our construction specialist, who's been working with us on very technical feasibility aspects of this project. So with that being said, I'm gonna jump pretty far ahead into the historic analysis report. If you bear with me that it's on the right page here. So I can provide you a brief overview of the history of this site. So this is a site that has been in continuous use since the late 1780s. Multiple generations of buildings have come and gone on this site. It was really part of the genesis of the Cannonboro neighborhood. It hosted at various times two different primary residences. You can see on this early plat right here, the first primary residence on the site, which is with its outbuilding that was a kitchen house at the time. That building persisted on the site well up into the 1800s, into the mid 1800s, when it was lost at some point. We don't know exactly why it was demolished, but you can see there's a period in the 1850s where the site is shown on multiple maps as being empty. So for some reason, the original 3-story frame house was demolished. It was, and this is an interesting photo. This is actually the second generation of primary residence that was on the house, which was a grander house that sat up on Rutledge Avenue with a large wraparound piazza on the side facing Cannon Street. It still had the outbuilding in the back, or another outbuilding was added. This one is shown on later Sanborn maps as having an apartment in it. The lot has changed shapes over time. It was larger in certain conveyances. It's sort of been split up and subdivided over time. This is a Sanborn map that sort of shows the larger residence that was set back. It had a side garden on Cannon Street, and then the building in the back that was shown as having an apartment in it. That building persisted up into the mid 1900s. And had various other structures that also came onto the site. At one point, there was an office building on the site that sat up on the Cannon Street frontage. And then over time, in the early 20th century, there was an early generation gas station that was added to the site by Standard Oil. It had a canopy that came all the way out to Cannon Street. And then it had a small building that was presumably a shop space attached to it. And that was an early 20th century gas station. And then in the mid 20th century, right around 1950, all of that was removed from the site at the same time in order to build the Sanders Esso service station. The Esso service station that was built in 1950 was essentially a chain building. It's the same Esso service station that Esso built all over the country. And this was really marked a different era of automobile culture. This has really sort of cemented the suburbanization of this site with very large setbacks from both sides. The gas station sat almost exactly in the middle of the site. And it was operational up until the late 1980s. Then it was abandoned for about a decade. And some damage happened during that period. I'm going to kind of go back to the front here. Second. Sorry, it's a long report, so I kind of jump back and forth. So you can see here sort of a compare and contrast. This is a 1944 Sanborn map right before the new station was built. And then this is the site afterwards with the new Esso filling station, almost smack dab in the middle of the site. As I said, it was operational up into the 80s, and then it was abandoned for a period of about a decade, and went through some rough times at that time. It lost a lot of its original plate glass that was in the storefront. The building had to be boarded up with plywood. That plywood was drilled directly into the aluminum storefront. So you saw this morning, there's a significant amount of holes and damage to the storefront. And there was some graffiti and other things. But the building got a new lease on life in the early 2000s when it was converted into a Welch's seafood shop. That only lasted for a few years, but Welch's made a lot of changes to the building in the process. You can see here we were able to get a hold of some old photos that were during the construction of that renovation. And you can see here They were covering up the old oil pits. This is actually one of the north wall that is almost completely unrecognizable now because of later kitchen additions. This was the original factory style window that let light into the shops. It was closed in at this time. And then later it was adjusted even further. They covered up the oil pits. They closed in the garage doors with wood framing and plexiglass windows, and various other things. The rear of the building basically used to have transom windows that also let light into the shop. About half of those were closed up and abandoned. And then they cut a large loading door into the backside of the building to receive delivery for the shop. It's just some more process photos of that 2002 work. And then this is sort of what it ended up looking like at the end of all that. You can see the garage doors were closed in with the plexiglass windows. At this time, you can still see the original banded edge of the canopy and the banded parapet, which is interesting from the original SO architecture from the whole building. So that, unfortunately, Welch's only persisted there for a few years. And then in 2006, the property was sold again. And in 2008, Fuel Cantina opened and it's operated continuously as Fuel Cantina since that time. Fuel conducted several more generations of changes. They added the glass block wall that enclosed the original exterior bathroom doors and the original windowed facade that faced Cannon Street. They added a kitchen inside. By this time, a lot of the original interior walls were gone, with the exception of one kind of brick and CMU pier that has a wall safe embedded in it that you guys saw this morning. And then in 2012, they did further additions to add additional kitchen space and a walk-in cooler and dumpster area on the north side of the building, all the way to the property line there, and then the pergola canopy structures in the rear. So that's just sort of a brief overview of the kind of the building's life, or the site's life, really. What I'd like to talk to you all about next is really our process and where we started with this and the process we've been through to get here today.
Just to let you know, you got about 2 minutes left,
Okay.
so.
So the process that we've been through, we recognized right away that this was an incredibly valuable building. We recognized right away that we need to save it. The first thing that we did was we went around to Preservation Society, we went around to Historic Charleston Foundation, we met with city staff, we met with the neighborhood leaders, and we came up with a concept plan to retain the building in its entirety on site. We would just like to move it to the corner of the site so that we can restore some of the damage that was done by that suburbanization process of the 1950s chain gas station. We've been through about 6 months of repeated meetings, revisions to the concept plan, back and forth. We've been to the Senior Neighborhood Association to present the plan and receive a vote of support from them. We've made additional edits after meeting with city staff. We've actually submitted that concept plan to the city on a sketch plan Wednesday to get engineering feedback. And ultimately, what was asked from us was more information about the building itself. And that's when we engaged Christina Butler, who is one of the most respected scholarly preservationists in the city. She has a history of scholarship, built work, teaching, and she conducted an objective study for us, which produced this 100-page report. And that's what we based the current application on. Our preservation approach to the project has been that we do believe that the building is significant. We always have. We've always intended to retain it. The application that you have in front of you involves us moving the building to the corner. And what Christina's report led us to was that our original plan has always been to reconstitute the entire building on the corner. Always have been. What she made clear to us is that the rear two walls, the two non-street facing walls, have been altered to the point where there's very little historic fabric or character left in them. So the question is, do we move two walls that are essentially don't have their historic integrity left at this point, or do we focus on moving all of the elements that have their historic integrity, and then we reconstitute the other walls on the corner as part of the original footprint? And that's the application they have in front of you right now, is that application to essentially move the building to the corner of the site, not to full scale demolish the building. It's never been our intention. Our hope is that in doing this, we can restore some of the historic traditional neighborhood urbanism of the site, while also threading that preservation needle of preserving a great, fun little building that we all appreciate and love, and that we've been intending to save from the get-go. We'd just like to save it about 35 feet away on the corner of the site instead of where it is right now. You know, as I mentioned, you all saw this morning, I do have copies of our intentions with us if anybody asks for them. Happy to share them. That's essentially what you have before you. It's an application to move the building. And I realize that the process that we're in and the nature of the demo submittal, as we saw in the first application you guys considered, causes a little bit of confusion about maybe intentions sometimes. And I realize that, you know, that things may have gotten confusing over the last week for some people. Our intention has always been to retain and preserve and protect this building. We would just like to do it on the corner of the site. And we believe that that is supported by Christina Butler's extensive report that you have. Thank you. I'm sorry if I went over it a little over time.
Fine. Are there any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, you spoke about the rear two walls. How about the roof? How much of the original roof structure?
It's partially there, and you can see in our submittal, we have proposed that the portions of the original roof that are still there, we would carefully take down and protect and preserve so that we can reuse them in the new restaurant space on the corner. The goal is that when you walk into the new restaurant space, first of all, you're walking through the exact same facades you're walking through right now. Second of all, when you look at the ceiling, you're seeing the same ceiling you see right now. When you walk to the host stand, you're seeing the same brick and CMU pier that has the historic wall safe embedded in the exact same location. That has always been our goal from the beginning of this project. To more directly answer part of your question, a large portion of the roof structure towards the back of the building where they made all the alterations to most of the alterations to the building has been reframed and replaced over time. So it's mostly kind of some portions up near the two front facades in the front corner of the building. It's still original roof framing and structure.
Any other questions?
This process confuses me a little bit. So your intention is to take those two adjacent walls, front and the side wall. They're 1950s, likely unreinforced, very possibly ungrouted block walls, and detach them from the rest of the building and move them to the corner and save pieces of the roof, but demolish the rest of the building.
Correct. And then ultimately our plan is to reconstitute.
Well, I understand the plan then is to recreate the building on the corner.
And
I'm just thinking that through in my head. Thank you. I
to
appreciate
kind of
that.
clarify, we from the beginning, when we were talking about moving, we were talking about moving all four walls. I mean, you all have been in the building and basically an open room with restrooms and a kitchen that kind of projects into it. So it's not a large building. The plan was move the whole building, move all four walls physically. And then Christina Butler in her report basically came back and said, there's not much left in those other two walls that's historic at this point. And so does it make feasibility and economic sense to move those two walls when they're built from post-World War II mass-produced CMU and 2x lumber that we can literally go out and get right now and reconstitute those walls? That's sort of the decision we face, and that's what led to the nature of the application you have in front of you.
Any other questions?
I would assume that you guys have spoken to someone that relocates buildings and they feel like they can successfully do this without falling apart.
Yes, and I just said, I've got Brian Ferris here, who's our construction expert. He's been in these conversations with multiple historic preservation builders who specialize in moving historic structures. So, you know, I'm happy to have him come over and explain some of the process that they discussed.
I think it'd be helpful.
Might be helpful.
Awesome. Nice to meet most of y'all this morning, Brian Ferris. Yeah, fun project here as a contractor. We've spoken with several specialty companies now that have done local work in the Charleston area. We've spoken with peer review architects that are also versed in structural integrity of these buildings and comfortably feel like we can move it, move the wall section. And, or, you know, the full building, but it makes most sense for the wall section. We start by needle pointing at the base of the wall, cutting it away from the base, coming back with some strong back frames. Each specialty contractor I talked with had their own little twist. Each of them have their own structural engineers on board too. That's why we brought the peer review structural engineer in to talk with a few of their plans. But basically we'll create a steel structure around it, tie it all together, sandwich it, pick it up, put it on casters and slide it into position for the foundations that we've already poured, ready to accept it. And from there, we'll shore it as we tie in the rest of the structure. Made all that sound real easy to.
Yeah, that was simple.
Yeah.
I think one, sort of augment something he said here, one thing that I think is important note with that process. A lot of people think when you're gonna move something like this, like you're gonna pick it with a crane and lift it into place. The real process here is actually to slide it into place. So it barely comes off the ground. So we don't risk it dropping or twisting or doing anything like that. It essentially, they build steel tracks in the ground and they slide it into place. So that's the basic process that we go through.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you. All right, we'll move into public comment. I'd like to say first, the board is aware. We've seen all the comments that were submitted online. I just like everyone to, I know everyone will, but please be respectful and also be respectful of time as well. We've got a tight agenda here, so we brief to the extent possible. So I'll start public comment. Do we have anyone speaking? Okay. Marion?
My name is Vince Graham. I live at 5 Charles Street in Canberra, Elliotboro. And I also serve on the board of the Historic Charleston Foundation. I actually serve as chair of the advocacy committee for the foundation. However, I want to make it very clear that I'm not speaking on behalf of the Historic Charleston Foundation in any way. I'm just speaking as a private citizen and resident of the neighborhood. And I speak in support of the application. Canberra, Elliotboro has suffered through the long experiment to suburbanize the lower peninsula of the city with high-speed roads and auto-centric buildings. And fortunately, over the last few decades, Canberra, Elliotboro has benefited from efforts to restore the neighborhood with buildings that support human-scale urbanism. And for those of you on the board who have supported these efforts in the neighborhood, I just want to express my gratitude. Thank you. I believe the applicant's efforts support this effort too, and therefore fully support it. Thank you.
Marion Hawkins, 86 Cannon Street. I'm president of the Canberra Elliotboro Neighborhood Association. Madam Chair and fellow board members, the applicant has engaged the neighborhood throughout this process, and we appreciate that. At our September 8th meeting, they made a presentation of their intentions. And at that presentation, we fully saw, that the shape of the building, the conditions, how it's been severely altered over the years. And also, what we think, it would be the proposal to salvage the two facades and to move to the corner, which we think would be so helpful to re-engaging the urban fabric of our neighborhood, as opposed to asphalt parking lot with a gas station that has been replicated throughout the US all over. But we do have, people have an affinity for fuel, as we all do. But we really appreciate the concept of the adaptive reuse to re-engage the structure, expand the restaurant area, and in a future development. And this closely parallels the project currently going on at Keene and Columbus, where the three-part Art Deco facade is being moved over as we speak and integrated into a new structure. So But anyway, after deliberation, we overwhelmingly and voted to support the project. And we would encourage the board to support this.
Hello, Andrew Gould with New World Byzantine, and I live nearby on Catfiddle Street. As you all know, I'm a strong preservationist. I've designed the restoration of numerous endangered houses in the neighborhood, won many Carolopolis awards. But I really think the preservation movement needs to exercise some judgment when it comes to what is worth preserving. And, you know, a cookie cutter mid-century gas station surrounded by a sea of asphalt, that's a blight on our neighborhood. Even if the building has some charm, it's an anti-urban structure. We only have a building like that because our neighborhood did not have a preservation ordinance in the mid-century. If we were as lucky as South of Broad was and had an ordinance in the 50s, we probably wouldn't have that awful gas station there. To use the ordinance now to perpetuate this gas station and prevent us from restoring the urban qualities of our neighborhood would be a perverse use of a good ordinance. And I really worry that if the preservation movement can't exercise some judgment in cases like this, it's going to go the way of COVID masking, where people are eventually just going to get politically fed up with it and just dismiss it whole cloth. And I really don't want to see that happen. So I'm largely making this statement for the benefit of those who may be here saying that we need to, you know, preserve the autocentric mid-century context of this sea of asphalt. That's ridiculous. The preservation movement is to preserve our beautiful architecture. This cookie cutter's gas station is not that. It shouldn't fall under the purview of preservation. Thank you.
Wait, did you?
Yeah.
Or I'll get to you after
Sure.
that.
Hello, my name is Glenn Maddox. I'm a city of Charleston resident, a small business owner with an office on Rutledge Avenue, and I'm here today to voice my support for the applicant's proposed demolition and relocation plan. Like many, I'm sure I was mistakenly under the impression that the current fuel building would be completely demolished. After reviewing the application and Butler Preservation's historic account of 211, it became clear that the applicant is simply requesting to demolish non-historic elements, relocate historic facades, and from what I can tell, reconstruct a similar building directly on Rutledge, leading to a more coherent and pedestrian-friendly block. This street fronting orientation does have historical precedent. According to Butler Preservation, a building with direct frontage, Rutledge frontage, was present during the early 1800s, was demolished around 1850, and then reconstructed in 1870. The structure survived the earthquake of 1886, remained proud on Rutledge until 1948, when it was demolished to make way for the existing filling station. Although the current setback building has survived in some form for the past 70 years, the record shows that a street fronting structure that was present for a combined 120 plus years prior to the lifespan of the existing filling station. By supporting the applicant's proposal, this board will preserve historic elements of a special building on site today, pay homage to its even deeper history, and promote an even richer tapestry for years to come. For this reason, I encourage the board to approve the applicant's proposal. Thank you.
Hi friends, I'm Florence of 43 Radcliffe Street, and I'll be honest with you, I had an entire monologue to tell you guys about not supporting this and everything. But every once in a while, I am able to admit when I'm wrong, and I will say I thought that things were going to be a lot worse for this building. But despite that, I still find myself being against the relocation of the structure, despite that, to be quite frank with you. I am personally a believer that a building exists in the context of the land that it's sitting on, and I really do commend the applicants for wanting to preserve the facade of the structure. But my biggest fear is that we're completely losing the context of the SO building that was there to begin with. I know there's a lot of fears about it being an autocentric sea of asphalt is what I think the last three people said in a row. I do kind of agree with that, but I also believe that that parking lot that is in front of it, although it's not the most aesthetic thing I've ever seen in the world, to be quite honest with you, it's a reminder of what that building was used for, and we're losing that history by moving the structure forward. One more thing that I'm kind of worried about, I'll be honest, I don't mean to offend Mr. Ferris or anything, I'm not a structural engineer or anything, But I do fear that there could possibly be damage to those historically significant parts of the building as it's being moved. And I'm sure he's done this much more than I am, so this isn't a jab or anything, but it's just kind of a lingering fear in the back of my mind. So for all those reasons, I do commend the applicants for kind of doing a lot of their research. Christina Butler is one of my personal heroes, but I will say that the site loses all of its context when we move it to the street corner, and I kind of fear what's next for the block. So I'm still against the demolition or relocation. Thanks.
Do we have anyone else speaking?
Hi, I'm Max Cover. I operate a neighboring restaurant, Stadio, on Spring Street. I wrote you all one soliloquy already, so I'm not gonna restate stuff I already said. I'm gonna speak a little from the heart. I also took some notes just now, and I'll start by saying that art is certainly in the eye of the beholder. And to me, that's one of the most beautiful buildings in the city. It is a heart of the neighborhood. I've enjoyed it on countless walks, including on the walk here. I had a beer at Fuel before I came here today because I wanted to take it in more. And it's a lovely building as it is. The way that building operates sitting in there is totally unique to the city. And if a new operator had a chance, just as it is, sitting where it is, could be an amazing upscale restaurant or an upscale grocer or whatever y'all people want to develop. But it does not need to be moved. If it is moved, it destroys its character. That is facadism. I'm sorry. That is BS. And I'm sorry about my language, but that's what that is. You are not preserving that building. And you're also, I have a question for you. You're saying in your application, you're moving the building, but then you're saying today you're just moving the front walls. Are you moving the back walls? Are you moving the rest of the building? I think that needs to be addressed today because I looked, there is historic character right there. I was looking at that wall a lot just now. That top corner, I can show you a photo I took today. So if we're gonna start talking, we have to talk about what we're doing before we start talking about what else is happening. That's first, okay? Then we can start talking about the art of that building. It is inspirational, it's cinematic. That parking lot is important. Where it is set is important. Also, we're missing the context. It's next to a church. It's next to a whole landscape. That central part, as you pointed out in the beginning of your presentation, that is central to our neighborhood. It is a central part. And I'm sorry if it's run down and ragged, that's besides the point. That does not mean it should be demoed. It should mean it should be preserved better. We can put better original fixtures in a new project. We can put awesome original 50s pumps that are beautiful rather than the ones that have been graffiti. You know, it has so much potential that it is. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking?
My name is Justin Ferreira. Thank you all for your service. Both a friend of preservation and friend of the developer as well. I don't love flying, but if I fly, I'd rather fly on British Airways than Ryanair. I don't love the notion of developing here, but I will say that the developer is a trustworthy friend and has done good stuff in other parts of town as well. I do think spatial relationship here is important to context. Talked about, you know, a bad concrete parking lot. Doesn't have to be that. It could be landscape, setback, and even be more beautiful. You know, not to be flippant, but we've got this podium here. It's been here for, I don't know, a decade or two. If I moved it flush against your table with a 1-inch setback, then stood on top of it, it would change the spatial arrangement a little bit. I'd be sort of encroaching on your space and then 3 times as tall. That's what's planned to happen here, to slide it forward and then put 2 more stories on top of it. That would encroach on your personal space. It might also encroach on the personal space of Ansonborough. I care more about precedent though, because of what y'all do. I was an advocate for preserving the gas station on the corner of Ashley and Wentworth, and so I'm advocate of this one as well. Absent the notion of opposing the move of the facade, I care about the integrity of the board and the process here. I'd say that, you know, y'all do an amazing job listening to everyone's comments here and digesting everything that's submitted to you. I submitted a note in opposition, and I was struck when I read the 200 notes in opposition and the 26 in support. Something jumped out, and I wanted to make a suggestion to y'all. When we speak, we're supposed to say our name and address, and when we submit, we're supposed to do the same thing. 17 of the 26 submissions of support were anonymous, used the last name that was an asterisk. And they all followed the exact same syntax. They were obviously written by a ChatGPT bot, and someone submitted all 17 of them in sequence with a 1 minute gap between all of them. So before you say that there's 203 against, 27 in support, 17 of support, 70% of those were written by a single person or a bot. So I would suggest that perhaps that submissions in the future also be accompanied by an email address so that you can see who's actually submitting them and making sure that they're not anonymous. Those were submitted with absence, and the location was South Carolina. We're supposed to say our name and address.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else speaking?
I'm Brittany Lavelle Tula, and I'm an architectural historian here in Charleston. And I specialize in evaluating the historic significance and integrity of old buildings and districts and communities as a whole. And I oppose both the demolition and the relocation of 211 Rutledge Avenue, and this morning's site visit, which I was on, really reinforced that professional opinion that I had. Upon visiting the site, I saw an intact 1949 gas station with a strong architectural dialogue. I saw one of the best, if not the very best, examples of a gas station in Charleston that was designed in the streamlined Art Moderne style, a national architectural design trend of the 30s, 40s, and 50s. The building stands today as a powerful and rare textbook representation of an original American architectural form, once developed across the nation, but has rapidly disappeared. It has all the features, and I think the report says this, it has all the features of this iconic style. Its asymmetrical oblong box form with original service bays and the bathroom configuration intact, the curved canopy, the large original metal windows and the rounded storefront, and of course its iconic smooth stucco exterior finish with that corrugated metal band. Additions are respectful to the historic character as we saw today on site. And actually those additions I think were dictated by this body, the Board of Architecture Review, to ensure that it was sensitive to the character and overall form of that building. The changes to the openings in the rear elevation are not visible from the public right of way and do not jeopardize the original form, which is highly palpable both on the exterior and the interior. I also saw an old gas station with a spatial relationship to the corner, making an even stronger example of its type and an important anchor in the overall architectural dialogue of a mixed-use neighborhood that was historically inhabited by working and middle-class families and represents the everyday architecture that served that community. Stripping two walls off, as we can see, and moving them to the corner would destroy all historic context. It would betray its historic use and function, and its contribution to the neighborhood's character would be permanently lost. This is facadism at its finest, a technique that diametrically opposes the basic tenets and laws of preservation. I was going to bring my preservation textbooks, but I knew I wouldn't have enough time for it. Preservation 101, and we learned that day one in preservation. And it's consistently denounced by preservationists across the nation. So in closing, I want to read a quick quote. It was actually published in the 1985 Evening Post in Charleston, and it's an editorial, and it's titled "Facadism: An Unwelcome Trend." And it's just a quote by Pulitzer Prize-winning architectural critic Paul Goldenberger, and he talks about facadism. He says facadism is not preservation at all. To save only the facade of a building is not to save its essence. It is to turn the building into a stage set, into a cute toy intended to make a skyscraper more palatable. The street becomes a kind of Disneyland of false fronts. A city is not a place of make-believe, a place of illusion where little buildings exist to be pinned like brooches on the front of bigger structures to which they bear only the most distant of relationships. To turn an older building of distinction into a fancy front door for a new tower is to respect neither the integrity of the new nor that of the old, but to render both buildings in a sense ridiculous. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciates the applicant engaging with the PSC and for the opportunity to visit the site this morning. We also appreciate Christina Butler's comprehensive historic report, which highlights the history and context of this building and site. This research is crucial to evaluating a proposal as significant as this. We echo the comments that have been presented on the historical significance of this building. Constructed in 1950, this historic filling station is one of Charleston's few vernacular examples of commercial streamlined modern architecture. Though modest in scale, this building's sleek curvilinear design, flat roof, and smooth stucco finish speaks to an era of mid-century development significant not just in Charleston, but across the United States, driven by automotive ingenuity. This building has been celebrated locally as an excellent example of adaptive reuse for decades and could absolutely continue to be used in its current configuration. This building's history as a mid-century filling station is integrally connected to its position on the site. Continued adaptive reuse in situ is best preservation practice and always the best outcome. If this request is entertained by the BAR tonight, every effort should be made to preserve this building's integrity because of its significance to the neighborhood. Any decision should be clearly conditioned on 1, the reestablishment of the original form of this building in its entirety, not just its front facades. 2, maintaining its orientation to this prominent street corner. And 3, reusing as much historic material as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Tilly, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF appreciated the opportunity to visit the site this morning and for the applicant's continued engagement with us over the last few months. As we have let the applicant know, HCF strongly opposes both the demolition of this building and the relocation of the street facing facades. 211 Rutledge was constructed in 1950 as a filling station in the modern style with a curved corner and smooth stucco finish. Mid-century gas stations are important to preserve as a reminder of our past and the evolution of our city, as evidenced by the adaptive reuse of other former filling stations across. It is particularly significant within this neighborhood where commercial corners remain a vital part of its historic character. The location of the building on the lot set back from the street is a major part of what defines its historic character as a filling station. This setback provided easy access for cars to pull into and out of the building. Even today, it's not typical for a filling station to require cars to pull behind the structure. Furthermore, the Secretary of the Interior Standards encourages maintaining the historic spatial relationships that characterize a property. Moving the structure would completely change the context of the site. Historic filling stations are important enough that the National Park Service to have an entire preservation brief dedicated to providing guidance on restoring and adaptively reusing these structures. This preservation brief states, as a unique building type, historic gas stations will continue as reminders of earlier eras when the automobile was still something of a novelty, or when every tank of gas came with an oil check and cleaned windshield. For those reasons, HCF strongly opposes the demolition and relocation of 211 Avenue and would respectfully recommend denial of this application. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else speaking from the public? All right, thank you all. Frankie, for the city staff comment and recommendations.
Yes, ma'am. First, I had some observations. Existing structure is a gas station constructed in 1950s. Structure is a vernacular building that tells the vehicular history of the peninsula, which does include its location on the site. Staff would not oppose relocation of the entire existing structure, assuming all exterior materials can be protected and moved intact and then restored. And the structure is located in the Old City District, which means that BAR Small will review any new construction which is proposed. As far as staff conditions, if the board is to approve, moving and relocation plans should be submitted and approved prior to relocating to verify the ability of relocation of intact structure. Staff recommendation is a denial as proposed because of that condition.
Thank you, Frankie. Did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments and recommendations?
Yes, that would be great. First of all, again, appreciate all the comments, appreciate all the public engagement. I'll sort of try to take these in baskets. First of all, in regards to Preservation Society's comment, we 100% agree with their assessment of the quality and architectural significance of the building. And we've had extensive conversations with them about the possibility of moving it and what would make them comfortable with moving it. In deference to those conversations, I have spoken to the development team. And if the board sees fit to condition approval of moving this building on moving all 4 walls, we will do that. That has been a consistent point that Preservation Society has made. They made it here just now, that if we were to move the building, it should be moved in its entirety, in its entire footprint. And we're prepared to do that with by moving all 4 walls, if that is a condition of approving this move. With regard to Historic Charleston Foundation's comments, again, I appreciate all the meeting with us multiple times over the course of the last several months. I would point out that their own website specifically calls out the destruction of neighborhood fabric with the insertion of gas stations as the very act that inspired the city council to enact America's first zoning ordinance in 1931 and also created the nation's first historic district and Board of Architectural Review in response to this exact same issue that we are attempting to correct some of the damage that was done. The question, we agree with all of the public comments about the quality of the building. We've made it clear that our intention has always been to remove, restore, preserve the existing building. So the question really comes down to, in our mind, is its current location on site a contributory factor to the neighborhood? You've heard from the neighborhood association, they don't feel that it is. You've heard from some other public comments that don't feel it is. We also don't feel that that is a contributory factor to the neighborhood. And so I went into our own documents for the city of Charleston to try to find what they say about this. And I'd like to go back to something Frankie pointed out at the very beginning of this whole thing, which is that this building is rated in group 3 as recently as 2022 in the historic buildings survey. This building was rated 3. And I'd like to just remind us what those groups are. They're 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I'm not going to read the whole description, but I want to read just the qualifying piece at the front and the preservation recommendation at the end of each group. Group 1, exceptional, to be preserved and protected in situ at all costs. Group 2, excellent, of irreplaceable importance, to be preserved in situ at all costs. Group 3, significant, to be retained and protected. Group 4, contributory, to be preserved and retained. The only guidance that we have as to whether this building should be preserved in situ or should be preserved and retained and protected on site is this rating system. We are in group 3. There's a very distinct language in here that says groups 1 and 2 to be preserved in situ at all costs. There's a reason that groups 3 and 4 do not include that proviso. And so I would just, remind everybody of that rating system in terms of the question about location. The other sort of collection of comments, which the door's sort of been opened on this with the ChatGPT idea, which I'm not going to respond to, but since we're there and we're in the age of social media and social media advocacy, I feel it's incumbent upon me to address that part of the public commentary. It is very easy in this age of social media to do a 30-second Instagram video and send it out to your 22,000 followers, or a one-page flyer that you can email to your hundreds upon hundreds of organization members with direct links to the board's comment page and built-in talking points for people to copy and paste into their comments. That's very easy to do. It's very easy to use that to drive a lot of controversy into the comments to the board with very little information about the project. It can also give a false impression of our intention with phrases like, quote, threatened with large-scale destruction. What neither of those things can do or did do was communicate 6 months of multiple meetings with stakeholders, including PSC, HCS, city planning, zoning, and VAR staff, neighborhood leaders, and the neighborhood association at large, and the thoughtful and detailed preservation conversations that happened in all of those meetings. Those two things also can't and didn't communicate the 100-page historic resource analysis conducted by one of the most respected preservation professionals in Charleston, Christina Butler, a scholar, a teacher, an author, and a builder, the report that led to the specifics of the proposal today. It also can't and didn't communicate the master plan for the future of the site, which has been communicated, discussed, revised, and commented on by all of those stakeholders throughout the last 6 months, the concept plan that fully intends to preserve the building in a complete way on the site. It also can't and didn't communicate that the preservation approach and master plan were presented to the neighborhood associations and was determined worthy of a vote of support from them. So those are things that quick hits on social media that drive a lot of comments can't do. The bottom line for us with regard to this collection of comments is that there's been a lot of commentary lately about what we do and don't plan to do on this site, half of which is incorrect or based on limited public information due to the nature of the process that we're in. On certain points, we just disagree with our community partners, with some of our community partners on the interpretation of contributory qualities for the site, an area of preservation that has a lot of room for debate. However, we have always valued the building and its architectural character. We have always intended for the complete building to have pride of place within the design of this site. We have always advocated for moving the building on its site in its historic orientation to Cannon Street and Rutledge Avenue, removing non-historic additions, restoring the facades to their original 1950 design, and reconstituting the entire footprint and rear walls in the new location. We have always shown the one-story mass of this building being distinctly expressed in the master plan of the site so the historic massing can be read from the street. That is not facadism. Facadism is installing facades flush into a larger building. We've seen that here. We have never advocated for the true demolition of this building. This has been shown in the master plan in every meeting we have ever had with all of the previously mentioned stakeholders. The people who have been with us along the way for the last 6 months know them. The building is a key design driver for the master plan. It always has been, and we've always been upfront about our approach to it and our interpretation of the preservation standards and the interpretation of the qualities of Group 3 rated historic buildings in this part of the city. So I appreciate all the public comment. We disagree on a few points of interpretation of preservation. That's what we do as professionals. And I appreciate all of your time as well.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant presentation is now closed. So we'll move into board discussion and vote. Daryl, what do you think?
I think Anthony presented this exceptionally well. The homework that was done on this was second to none to what I've seen since I've been on the board. My struggle is you lose the context of the building when you push it to the street, because this gas station wouldn't have been pushed to the street. So that's my struggle with this project.
I think I appreciate the presentation, the amount of effort that went into it, and in disagreement with something that was recently stated, I do think that this facade is what you are going to do is remove the facade, relocate it, and then rebuild a building that looks just like the building theoretically that was there before. I think it is facadism. I'm not commenting at this point one way or the other about whether I think that's good preservation practice or not. I think for me, you have to approach this. I have to approach this. Are we preserving? Now, we're not. Certainly, it's going to be adaptive reuse one way or another. Are we preserving the structure relative to its original intent, or are we simply preserving its appearance relative to what? We're preserving it. That, of course, and the concept of adaptive reuse, but we are preserving its architecture and its material, as much of it can be preserved, relative to its original intent. And I think it has to stay where it is. If we are not, then we're preserving its appearance, its architecture relative to something I do not know what. You move it to the corner, its form has no relationship to its original intent. You may have a little bit of historic material preserved. You may have form and appearance preserved, but we have it preserved relative to question mark. I can't answer that question. Someone else may be able to answer that question. I can't answer that question. And so for me, moving it and preserving it. First of all, we're preserving very little material. We're preserving its architecture and its form relative to something that I think should be identified if that's what is going to happen. And even if you move the whole building, I think you end up with the same thing, other than you preserve a little more material. The other thing is, I would ask the question is, why move it? I mean, are we moving it for the sake of moving it? Or if you're going to preserve it, why not preserve it where it is? Why move it? And sometimes there's Department of Interior standards say that historic structures should be preserved in situ unless there is a substantial compelling reason to move them. Generally, it's the only way to preserve the building. So I have to ask the question is, why move it?
Yeah, I agree with what Warren has said. I do think that just picking up the facades and moving into the corner, that is façadism. The reason for this, what's going back is public record, is to accommodate more development on the site. So that is the reason why the building is moving. This neighborhood, a big part of its history, was written in the 1950s, automobile era. Cannon Street and Spring Street, those were the east-west streets across the peninsula. Came up from Savannah, 17, across the peninsula, and then across the old Grace Bridge, going to Mount Pleasant. And so that's why these gas stations occurred through this corridor. Cannon Street was one direction, Spring Street was the other direction. Another strong characteristic of the neighborhood is you'll notice, especially on Spring Street, a lot of the buildings have storefronts that have been added to like houses. That's a strong characteristic of the neighborhood. And then also another one is the number of little one-story like sweet shops that are along Cannon and Spring Street. A lot of those came about during that automobile era. So those are three very strong things that kind of characterize that neighborhood. And we've always asked for like the sweet shops to be preserved. We've always asked for these commercial additions on the front of these houses along Spring and all be preserved, because they define a very important era of that particular neighborhood. And so in moving this building, first of all, in only preserving the facades and moving the facades up to the street, that's not preservation. That's façadism, because everything that goes on behind those facades is going to be new, possibly more than one story. But I can appreciate the argument that in a way this rights a wrong, because in an urban environment downtown, generally you do want a building that engages the street corner. So I do recognize that argument and respect it. But I really think that moving this building changes the context of the building and the site and its contribution to the history of this corridor. If it were to be moved, I might feel a little better if the entire building were moved instead of just the facades.
This is a struggle for me, and I think I went into this morning thinking, I know, leave this where it is on site. I have been convinced by the arguments that over time, this building has been adaptively reused. It's no longer a gas station. It's now a restaurant. You know, presumably something historic was demolished to put this on the site and put a parking lot around it. Because it's now a restaurant, I'm not in favor of moving the facade. I would be in favor of moving the entire building. But I think that this would be another example of adaptive reuse on site, to move that building, to tell the history of what was there. I think it clearly still looks like a former gas station building being on the corner, and it enables some, in my opinion, needed potentially residential development along the back, and potentially righting a wrong. So I'm in favor of this, but it would be, I'm not sure procedurally, this is not a demolition, then it would be a relocation.
Yes.
Which wasn't applied for, so I don't know if procedurally would be denying the demolition, but it sounds like maybe I'm outnumbered, but that's my view on this. Again, I think this is really hard, because I did come into it this morning thinking, look, this tells the story. We always like to see the evolution of things in Charleston. We don't just think with buildings that something should be demolished just because, well, the gas station was put there and, you know, it demolished maybe a Victorian house or something. But as I've heard the arguments, and especially knowing the fact that there was a mention that there will be, you know, 2 or 3 stories on top of it. Unlike other areas of town, we have purview over what goes back. And so we can very well maintain the structure on the corner as it is and not allow anything. So that's where I am.
I'm clearly in opposed to the submitted. It's been
And I agree with that.
This application, I'm opposed to the way this is submitted with just the 2 walls. I'm really uncomfortable with that. So this particular application may be easy for me, because I'm not in favor of the direction this is. You know, like if we approve this, she's right. We're left with 2 walls, which.
Well, that's what I think. If we approve this, it wouldn't be what we're all discussing. It sounds like, if any, I don't think that anybody on the board is supportive of just moving the 2 walls. But so potentially to give the applicant guidance back, would you be amenable in moving it aside if it was a full relocation?
Taking a poll.
I would.
I just like to give applicants guidance moving forward.
I think that would be considered.
I would consider that. That to me, that's far more palatable than moving.
We're happy to condition the approval on that.
Board discussion.
Excuse me,
No, we're in board discussion.
we're
Go ahead.
discussing what the future is. We're supposed to discuss demolition. We're not supposed to
Sir,
discuss.
we're in
plan.
board discussion. That was during public comment.
I mean, whether it gets moved or not is not on,
Part of this
is
application.
not
No.
on
Right.
this submittal, so I
To me, this submittal's
I
clear.
think,
I think we.
I think we should, you know, I would be in favor of dealing with this submittal. If this comes back to us to relocate the building, then we'll have another presentation, another board discussion.
Generally, when we see a demolition or a relocation coming to this board, and this is an area that we have purview what goes back, we see both of those, so that one can inform the other. It's difficult to make this decision in a vacuum. I mean, some of us have seen what the plan is to go back, but it would make this a lot easier to decision. Everybody had that information.
So it sounds like we maybe have some consensus on this application.
I would float a motion for denial of demolition as submitted.
Did you float it or did you make it, Fillmore?
I made it. Okay, sorry. I would make a motion for denial of demolition as submitted.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for denial of demo as submitted. Do I have a second to Fillmore's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Bill. I'll put the motion to a vote. Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill.
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes to the majority and the motion passed unanimously. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, agenda item 6 is 729 East Bay Street.
Quick break.
Yes, we're gonna take a 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 6:39. We'll let everybody filter it out too. Yeah. And it's accessible. There's much more.
You know, it's something very nice. Worth saving. It's worth saving because of something. Materials. We're saving. Because. I did the original. Saving because you've taken all the intent out. And you save a piece of the building, you save part of the building. I really think that's not real preservation. I would for moving it now. I would probably rather see it. It loses a whole lot of it. Neighborhood wants to move because the neighborhood gentrified like crazy. Everybody wants that environment now. And so the idea of the argument that was made moving helps the neighborhood, today, but it's not preserving the history. I have a hard time here. Yeah. I guess they're concerned about her. Neighborhoods, they want to move in. They could build a whole bunch of expensive units.
If it were a typical rec colony in Charleston building, I would have. I think on both sides of what it is, it seems like it needs to be. I think they could do something with the parking lot.
Well, I mean, parking lot and some of the land around it.
It develops that site really.
Well, they're right, they're gonna get variance.
They're gonna get a variance for parking, right? So they're gonna put 75 more cars.
Yeah.
And that's really gonna help the walkable urban environment. She said. Right. Facial relationship.
That's it. Yeah, what other?
His example, taking podium.
Yeah, I know, just in.
You can see.
On here, you just gotta be careful. I'm so sorry, that honestly was. How I felt it. But I could just see it. So sorry. They will come back. And I think they will kind of bring. So they can. We're just.
I was actually gonna bring that up because
That has to happen.
They told us
And it's not. You know, it's not the anymore because it seems like they give some leeway on that. But it's things. And it's so possible, so you're west there.
2020.
That's
That's the difference. We know better.
It's all like roofs.
Yeah,
I'm interested to see the conversation.
Yeah,
I had to real one side.
Yeah. This is, there's so many arguments.
Projects installed. We're changing the front door. That's it. I can do it if I do it right here. One story, but I shotgun on that thing.
Yeah.
And the comment is, go. There's no. It'll continue to go, but it couldn't come. She makes up for it. First thing said, we're gonna do is. So the state is. States. This is in general. This is.
No.
So that we can. Tell the story. Like mistakes we made.
Hot take, yeah.
This might be everything in my mind, what I should be doing.
Amen. What's it like? Thanks.
But Charles, I mean, well, actually, this is a wonderful thing what you want to do, because we've been looking at this block from there down to. It's really sped up now. There was some studies that we could go back, and they're like the first one in the chain. Now, of course, we get. Right.
Yeah.
But at least that's more of their planet longer and more in scale. And this is not. They're trying to. You know, we're all trying to. I'm retiring.
Yeah. We're gonna, this is gonna be an ongoing conversation. But anyway, no, but thank you.
You know what I'm saying? I'll pick the meeting.
Well, yeah, we're here. Thank you for your. Yeah. Sustainable energy out there. Okay, okay.
Right. Okay. But you know.
What's on?
But no. No, I'm just gonna.
years, but. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thanks.
All right. Hopefully the rest of these go much quicker. All right, Frankie, are you ready?
We find the next spot.
We are on agenda item 6, 729 East Bay Street. You'll give us an introduction overview, please.
729 East Bay Street is in East Side. Don't have the council district. I do. Council district or in a way. It is category 3, circa 1859 in the historic corridor. And requesting conceptual approval for exterior stairs and fenestration operations. This is the building's location on East Bay Street. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Schmidt Architects. Our client, the history on this building, it was a single family residential property for many years at the outskirts of the city. East Bay Street was created and then right up to the edge of the building, took the building out of its context, lost its front entrance on East Bay Street, typical single house type layout. Building was then combined. So building frontage was typical street, but East Bay Street wasn't there. It was some much smaller. We don't know what its actual front yard was. The building fell into disrepair because of where it was. This is just above the tobacco factory, if it doesn't recognize the context. Over the years, the city bought the property, used it as part of the sanitation department for the city. They parked trucks inside the building. They took the porches down that were collapsed. They took the first floor out of the building. So it was a 2-story space and they would just drive in and park vehicles there. What happened after that is the property was then reconstructed to look like it is today. The porches were brought back, the floors were brought back on the inside, but of course the front entrance couldn't be there because the building's right up the East Bay Street. And the building was joined and combined with the Agape Missions building behind it, and it's part of a community center. That project failed after a while, it closed. And then it became a lawyer's office residence separated from Agape. After that, he sold it to my client now, who had an idea that took quite a while to get through zoning to make it work and was a congratulated opportunity to bring this back as a venue, an event venue facility. Nothing to do with Agape, nothing to do with anything else. But then you have all the issues of how do you deal with the parking, how do you deal with the public. They've worked out arrangements with Trident for use of their parking facilities and so forth. All this went through city council and different zoning things. It's all in place. Now it comes to me who have to make a building with no proper entry, only one staircase in a four-story building, unsprinklered, into an assembly space with 6 residential units in the upper floors. Lots of meetings with the building inspector and city officials, fire marshal, and everybody's come to a good agreement. We figured out how to do it so that the public would only be using the ground floor and the first floor. However, there's still no way into this building except some very circuitous, what look like service delivery entries into this building for what would be a grand space on the main floor that they're going to make into like a ballroom. So what we're proposing to do is break the building down, separate it per floor. We've covered all of the problems with code and sprinklers and so forth. But if you see where the stairwell is in this building, you see a back door off the back of the building, like a fire escape. There's 2 little entrances to the left, top corner up there. That's not really the building either. There's 2 doors, a pair of doors, as you see in this garden, going in on the ground level, but then you have to weave your way through to try to find a concrete stair enclosure in the middle of the building to get up to the 2nd floor, and that's still only one means of egress. So what we've done, these are the upper floors, how it's being divided. What we've had to do is we said, well, here's the answer. What if we take this building, we cannot come in that front entrance, nor is there any room for any staircase. It's dead up to the sidewalk. So we have to just leave that alone, exactly the way it is. The back, we can't do anything with that. That's that fire escape. We're not making any change to the building. We're saying, let's bring in a staircase down off the porch on that ballroom floor down to the ground. Let's do it the way it would have been, should have been done in the period in masonry. And that gets us to the first level, which is the assembly floor, which deals with code issues. The next aspect we had to deal with is when we get up to the 2nd floor, when we get up to the 2nd floor, there's the ballroom. Again, how can we do a space like this so big in a building? You know, how was it supported? Because there weren't any floors in it. They actually put in concrete and steel floors. So we're not destroying any historic fabric. We're not taking out any staircases. We're simply taking that space that's there right now, getting this masonry stair up to it. Now the next problem was all we have is French doors. And they're not historic French doors. They were put in later when they did this restoration because there was nothing there. The thing had been gutted. So there's not a historic window in or door in this project. But what we're asking to do is put in the staircase to the first floor from the garden. People will come from Drake Street into the garden. The pair of, you see where I put there's 2 pairs of doors up on the porch instead of French doors. We cannot have that in an assembly kind of space for code reasons. Put in single leaf doors, make them look attractive. We did the same thing on the next floor for the same reason. These French doors are 8 or 9 feet tall. And not historic and are very problematic to operate. So we said, this is just not safe. Everything is about doing it right, doing it safe, and being in context to the history of the building. Top floor, no changes there. So it's those 4 doors going to French doors and putting in masonry staircase as well. From East Bay Street, it's behind a wall, but you can see it up on the upper right-hand corner there, what it would look like. You're looking at it directly under that, coming at you right down. And the details of, so this is the way it would look. Again, there's 4 doors in the center behind the columns. Unfortunately, that's where the columns are laying out, so I can't show you straight up, but we have the details of the doors, how we did them. There is also before, right now, that there are three on either side of the stair on the ground floor. You see a pair of windows, one on each side. There's one in the middle. Again, none of this is historic, but because the stair is now going to go there, we're proposing to move that set of windows down to the far end of the project. I guess I should be pointing up here. That pair of windows, there's another pair here, another pair here, because this takes up that space. We're proposing to move them there. Not totally necessary, but that is a pitch black corner in that base and the ground level. It just doesn't make any sense. That's already there, that's already there. So single leaf door behind here, 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 and here, instead of French doors. We took the shutters off of it. That didn't make any sense for the single door. We did put a pair of coach lights on either side here. Didn't have to be two, but we on one on each. But now that it's an egress door, we have to get the light. You have to have it for the exit doors by code. And we also wanted to get an extra amount of light there to make sure that they wanted to put in step lights. I said, we do not want to put step lights in. This does not look like, this is not a commercial looking thing. This is a residential looking stair. So we feel like we'll have enough light spilling from that. And then there's a pair of lamps right here. And only I recognize these. I salvaged these off of our building at 284 Meeting Street because I thought they were kind of cool, and I'm proposing to donate them to this project. So move them from one side to another.
We've got about a minute left.
All I need to do is go to these details. So here's the details on the staircase, built with cast stone and stucco. That's the lamp post I was saying. I believe because of the handrail system that's on the house in wood with the banister, the newel post, so that's not right for this. This should be iron. That's the appropriate way to do it. All this is solid. We did little insets here to help break up the mass. It would look like a big glob or like underneath there. And on the other side, we said we could actually put in a storage door. That's not facing East Bay Street. That's facing the other street. What's there now, what we're going to propose in that same location by taking the shutters off and putting the single leaf door. Done.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Do we have anyone speaking from the public? Frankie, give us city staff comments and recommendations.
Staff just has some observations. We had an issue with the structure some time ago, and something kept popping up that this was the Philip Simmons Memorial Garden. So we had a little clarification note in here in case that came up. It's not affiliated with him historically. Apparently the garden was somehow dedicated to him. But anyway, that was just to sort of be informative. And we just had the observation that the proposed stair makes the garden accessible to the building again. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Schmidt, did you want to respond to or clarify anything in the staff comments? All right. Public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. So we'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I think it's appropriately done, basically done. It gives the building a proper entrance that it needs, not just functionally, but visually as well.
Yeah, I agree. I have a couple of comments. My preference on the doors would be that they look like the other ones, but are now single doors. That you kind of retain the look of the door and the shutters and make that a single leaf. That's my personal preference. Is to kind of retain the look. The look of that building is really beautiful. So really to kind of retain that rhythm of the style of door and the shutters and move the lights to be between the shutters or hang lights. And on the stair, I guess I don't have any solutions to offer, but I wasn't sure about the niches on the side didn't look quite as elegant as the rest of the stair. I'm not sure where to go with that, but I'm just they seemed a little, I don't know, not as elegant as the rest of the construction of that stair, which is quite lovely. And very necessary if you've ever been to that building. And you cannot figure out where you're going. So.
Just the only comment that I had put down was that it might be nice if the single leaf doors were built to match, even though as single leaf, but built to match the French doors and retain the pattern that was coming out. The stair was clearly very high level materials, nicely designed and necessary and appropriate.
Do we have some consensus on a motion?
I'll make a motion. For conceptual approval, so a conceptual approval with.
Board condition about the.
Preliminary and final to staff with, I would say, board condition that the doors. Be constructed to look similar to the existing doors and the shutters be retained. And that the side of the front stair be restudied.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. For conceptual approval. Preliminary and final review by staff with board conditions. The first one is the door should be built to match the existing. 2, that the shutters should be retained. And 3, the side of the front stair be restudied. The street facing side of the front stair.
Probably both sides.
Sides of front stair be restudied. Do I have a second to Becky's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Fowler. Put the motion to the vote. Daryl,
Yay in favor.
Bill,
Yay in favor.
Becky,
Yay in favor.
Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you very much.
Agenda.
It's going back to staff to do this or back to
Mhm.
staff. I would almost rather come back here to all the reasons we did what we did.
I'm sure you're welcome to come back.
We'll have to figure that out. I mean, if it's locked in on that, because there's good reasons not to, in my opinion. But
Yeah.
it wasn't open for any discussion on that, so.
Unfortunately, no.
Well, maybe I can work, if I talk it through with staff, if they see something different, I don't know. I can land it.
I mean, at this point, we've.
It's just
Made a
weird
motion.
that we've done this before, but when you're in the space and we've done exactly what you said, when you create that look to the French doors, which is a single door. And we've got 170 people in there and they see French doors, they don't know which one to go to, and we right back the egress issues that we had before.
So presumably they have
So we said,
exit
we
sign.
wanna, but like I said,
I assume you have to have an exit sign at those anyway, though.
they will, but it's. I'm with you. We don't do things without a reason. And I've done that before and I said, this looks kind of tricky. So we said, let's deviate.
See if you can work with
The
staff.
code issue, certainly that would be.
Right.
Code issue,
That
yeah.
would be
If it's
discussed.
Yeah.
if it's a code issue, that certainly would take precedence.
Can override what we have said.
Well, it's a study of those things, correct? It's not a document. Staff waited otherwise.
Yes, study was the
Yeah,
word used.
thank you.
Thank you.
Fillmore, get out of here.
Oh, that's great.
All right, agenda item 7 is 105 King Street and 105.5 King Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Yes, ma'am, 105, about a half King Street in Charlestown, California. It is not rated, serving 1945 people in the historic district. They're requesting conceptual approval for fenestration alteration of removal of rear structure stairs and 1-story addition on the second floor. This is the structure location on, it's next door. Actually, the floor. Anyway. I'm gonna turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you, Frank. One major in Coastal Creek here from Middle 5 and walking on King Street. And, I like to keep it short, quick, and then answer questions. So, questions.
So, what we have here is, I think the important thing, to start out, there's a front picture of what's existing on the site. I think the history is important for this property because, structures that are there currently were built in the late fifties, and it says on our timeline, it was 57 is when those were built, and then connected maybe in 58. Let's see, 57, sorry, the building's connected at 58. So it was maybe the earlier, 51, the village had depicted on the Sanborn, two separate CMU structures with stucco. So I think what we've done also, I think in looking, let's see if I can get this cycle through, looking at studying the site. See some of these great little context photos. And the existing survey, we're not changing site plan other than that rear stair. But what's wonderful about the structure is as you're walking down King Street from up here on the north side, you do get a view of this. If there was no landscaping, you get a view of that elevation. And come down here, your view is really kind of limited to this front structure. And we're proposing to leave the front structure alone, and really the window changes that are occurring, fenestration changes are happening on the rear, and then in that courtyard in that rear building. And so this kind of just gives you the what we're looking at do. So for what's there, there's stairs here that we're going to take off. I think there's some little metal stair. We're going to be working on this area and changing the entry in that space. And there would be our proposed. And here's some floor plans existing. Who's on the left, proposed on the right. We are going to take that back area, and it's going to become a little. It's a rented structure currently on the second floor. We use the first floor as part of that unit. So there are 2 units on the property. We have received zoning approval for the 2 special exceptions that were required for this project. So one was to continue the non-conforming north side setback to a second story, which is a big part of the project, is taking that height and stretching it up. And the second was that there would be actually 2 bedrooms in this second dwelling versus for the second floor. And you can see that originally, obviously, it was a 1-story connector. We're proposing to make this part of the front unit, and then the back unit stays compact as is, just a nice little square, small stair, 2 units, 2 bedrooms. Proposed roof plan, and the look at this was the existing structure has a really low pitch roof on it, and so we were just, the initial brush was, let's just maintain that and stretch it up to the second story. I did have the ability at the time to speak with Frankie today, and when we get to our proposed elevations, I'll go to the next one here. Sorry, we'll come back to that one. I'll try to get the next one. This north elevation, she had mentioned, and I did not hear it or did not process it, but that the eve of that front house, she wanted to remain intact. And then of course I go in and propose something that, obviously just goes right over on top of it. I did do just a quick adjusted drawing, and I'd be glad to hand you these copies if you want. I lowered that fascia 13 inches so it tucks under, and I can study that pitch, because you'll see this was really a busy day, and I just threw something down so that y'all can see that the intent would be, let's maintain that eve as part of this project. There's no kind of jump around. There's no windows because this building is 2 feet off the property line. So it's by code now, it's not allowed to have windows in it. We are proposing the removal of one on that back building. And the purpose of that is the way that second floor plan worked out. There's a wall that kind of goes into that, and then there's a little toilet there. But if you're willing to accept these, I'll hand these out to you, and you can see that the thought was we could still maintain that little shed that's there, just drop it down, and preserve the So with that, I'll go back because there's some other window changes occur in this area. So you can kind of see, I'm just gonna run past this on the first view. The front structures remain the same. That connection, we're definitely gonna modify and try to get some glass in there. That first floor, we've got the kitchen in that space. Second floor is primary suite for the front house. And then just reworking some of the windows on that back structure, taking the stair out and then adding this little Juliet balconies that push off the rear. And these are the so these initially should read as being a little confusing, but what you're looking at is if you're slice through the connector and look back towards the rear of the property, that's what you would see of 105.5. And then if we elevate right now, when we add that second story, this is what you would see. And then this is looking the other way. So this is the back of 105, and then the proposed here, and obviously this will drop down. And sorry that my roof line was on a layer that didn't print. So then, and so back up here, I guess important to know that this this does not have visibility. This side here, this is limited if any on that back view as well. Just giving you the context photo that's and then we've done 3D. If you look at those bottom two, oh, Frank, I don't try to hide anything, and so landscaping is removed on the bottom right, so you can see what we're proposing. One on the left is really what it looks like. That there's such a large hedge of trees and shrubs along that side that there's really no visibility of this added story, and then the front will change. I think that's the sheet.
Any questions? Thank you. Anyone speaking? All right, Frank, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Yes, ma'am. All right. So we had an observation that, like Bill was saying, the portion that's most visible is that north side. And we would have a kind of expansive blank area, which it is on the property line, so there's not much you can do about that. And I will say, as far as my condition for approval, in Jill's defense, I talked to the owner about keeping that roof below their ridge, Harrison, and so that's Harrison's fault. Staff condition for approval is that the addition be kept below the eave of at least the front structure. And our recommendation is a deferral for restudy of that roof line.
Thank you, Frank. Hey, Joel, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the city staff comments?
Sure, thank you. So my hope is that by providing this additional sketch, that maybe we can get to maybe some guidance. It could be a conditional approval versus deferral, and being able to go back to staff for final. And Harrison may have mentioned it in one of our meetings. I want to throw him on the bus.
It's okay, I did it. So it doesn't count.
Frankie did it.
But that was the hope for bringing this in. And then I think I failed to say that right now we're throwing a 1/2 and 12 pitch on that low roof. I could probably tweak it a little bit, probably drop that a little more if we wanted that entire roof to tuck underneath the eave of the house. When I first did the quick run, I'm like, well, the corner you could see would be preserved. And then you don't see where it would potentially creep over. Then I was like, I don't even know how you're gonna flash that, make that work. It's probably best construction practice to just drop. So.
And I did not have a chance to get by. Is that south wall? Are you saying the new wall is not visible?
I don't believe that you see that new wall from the street as you're walking down King Street.
You do or you do
On that,
not?
no, on that hyphen, on that inset piece.
Which wall? Which, can you point?
This thing,
So.
That side.
Catch this, walking down.
You're ready to move into board discussion?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I do agree with Frankie that the eave should be, that roof line should be tucked completely under the eave, preferably below the band underneath the eave as well. So it's not engaging any of that. But that just looks kind of messy.
So you think even a little lower than this, because
Yeah.
it's right on that band?
Yeah, yeah. And then the other thing is, I really wish that the first and second floors could be of the same material. To me, that's just like screams addition, screams alteration. And I don't know if there's a way to bring the masonry up, or can you go over the masonry at the bottom with the siding material? Or, I mean, what do you guys think?
But you don't like the split material
Yeah.
right there?
Yeah.
Like it should all be one or the other?
Yeah, to me, it just kind of says, okay, I built something on top of something.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually don't have a problem if that became all one material.
Yeah.
How about the scale of the windows?
Yeah,
Is
well,
there-
that's why I was asking about the visibility.
There. I would think that on the connection piece, they wouldn't be larger than the windows on the main mass.
Yeah, I was thinking they were kind of large. And I guess well, you're trying to get as much light in there, probably.
Right. Right, the first floor is a great room.
I think that upstairs changes significantly though, when he brings down.
The upstairs,
Right,
couldn't- I mean, he's gonna need an operable one in there, and they look like they were before. Sure, they can even be that tall.
It wants, in my opinion, it wants to be more of a 1.5-story connection.
Yeah.
The way it lands on top of one roof, and especially if you require it to tuck into under the soffits and breeze on the other side. Because right now it's kind of competing with the back mass, right? It's wider than the back mass or right there with it, and it's close to being as high as the back mass. So, and I do think it'll change the floor plan, but it's kind of kind of awkward right now. I hate to use that word. I don't mean it disrespectful.
So it sounds like it's probably not enough for a conceptual.
Say it'd be, I would make a motion for deferral with restudying the massing, the window size. And
Wall texture.
wall textures. Take into account board comments or staff comments. It's a tough project because of the heights you're dealing with and what you're trying to do.
Trying to marry two distant buildings.
Yeah, it's tough.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor for deferral for restudy of massing, window size, wall textures, and to consider board and staff comments. So I have a second to Daryl's motion.
Second.
Becky, I'll put the motion to a vote. Bill,
Yea in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
Yea in favor.
chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
You just notes I've taken some. Can I ask one question? Sorry, but Daryl, when you say, are you thinking drop down knee walls, try to do gable with.
Maybe something punctures,
Up or something.
because then I think it would come across as more of a hyphen. And right now it's kind of to me, it's a competing mass. You know, do you see it that way? Yes, you do.
All right, agenda item 8, 19 Ashland Avenue. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Nineteen actually is in Charlestown, Council District 8. It is not surveyed circa 1975 in the old historic district. Requesting conceptual approval for exterior alterations. This is the property's location on Ashley. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hello, my name's Scott Parker, and I'm presenting on behalf of the owner. We're requesting a few different things here. The property, that's the horse lot there to the right.
Try the other way.
Oh, sorry. This is a survey of the property. So this is actually a typo. This is proposed. What we're thinking about doing is a standing seam roof and replacing the gutters to match the standing seam roof. The cornice would all stay intact. There is a pediment currently over the front, or it's around the front door that she's requesting to remove and add this eyebrow, protect the door. She'd also like to change the style of the shutters to this Gordon Batten style. And you can see right now they're louvered. The windows are in pretty bad shape. They're rotted, all of them are rotted. So she wants to replace all the windows with a wooden double hung window with a different grid pattern. She'd like to go 2/2. The windows on the front, the sizes and the locations would not change. But on this left side, currently, this window right here does not exist. She'd like to add this one. This is the primary bedroom's water closet. And this window right here is in a back bedroom, and she would like to eliminate it. And on the rear. Oh, yeah, sorry. On the rear, she wants to change the single windows to twins. So there's singles on the back, and she wants to change them to twins. The house is stucco. The house would remain stucco. And then she'd also like to change the front door. So right now, see if I go back to that picture. It's just a solid front door, and she'd like to go to a door that has glass, a wooden door, and new side lights that would be a stained wood. And then the last thing would be, right now, this is what the front looks like. It's all concrete with those little pavers in the center. And we have a rendering. She would like to do permeable pavers in the front. Take the concrete out and do permeable pavers. Let me find out the landscaper's plan. All the specs on the windows and everything were in this middle. Oh, that was it. So they would like to take out all that concrete in the front and put in permeable pavers. And then this is a concrete sidewalk between this wall and the structure that would also be pavers. That's what the sidewalk looks like currently. The gate, the iron gate would remain. I believe that's everything. Yeah. I think that's it.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
Yes. My computer's dying, sorry.
No problem.
The standing seam roof,
Yes.
It's not, I was, looked at the information and it appeared as though it was a snap lock, not a true standing seam. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how are the ridges handled on the hip?
So
Are the hips handled? Are they capped or are they folded?
it's gonna be folded. The
Looking at
attic,
your rendering and it looked like it was capped, so that's my question.
we couldn't find a good picture, but it was all gonna be hand crimped on the ridge.
Okay, but the seams themselves are snap lock, they're not true standing seams.
Correct. That is correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public? Okay, Frank, if you give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay. Sorry. Let me get back to the spot I'm supposed to be in. Okay, so staff had some observations. We do think that the fenestration sizes should remain as existing. We were clarifying the drawing, the hood shown over the front door does not currently exist. Door surround on both units currently match. And the renderings were inconsistent as to what was labeled existing versus proposed. That is not opposed to any new fenestration being added. Definitions for approval would be to correct the drawings to match the existing structure and to verify the labels are correct. Keep the fenestration sizes as they are. Like I said, we are not opposed to a new window being added. But we think that the hood should match the attached residence. So staff recommendation is a deferral with board and staff conditions.
There a hood? No, there's not a.
There's not a hood, there's a door surround, sorry.
Okay, so the door surround should remain.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Mr. Parker, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comments?
No.
Okay, all right. Public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I don't think this meets submittal.
It does not meet submittal requirements. There are no building elevations in the package. And, you know, when we're dealing with moving windows, we can't tell the size or the exact location. So the submittal requirements are very clear. We're to have building elevations. And there are none. We've got a set of floor plans. There's no before floor plans and after floor plans. So I commend the ideas that are going into it. I think it'll, in general, I think it'll all be a big improvement, especially the site. But we just don't have enough information here to make a judgment. Actually be able to vote on something.
I agree. I'm generally in support of what's.
Yeah, I think a concept, you know, it's headed in the right direction. We just need more information.
Crazy about snap lock.
I'm not crazy about the snap lock. And then the photo's a little tricky. The shutters was mentioned board and batten. Board and batten's not, it's kind of a casual style for a building like this. This building has more of a formal look to it. I think they should either be panel shutters or louvered shutters. The shutters that are proposed for the downstairs double windows, those should be bifold, so that they will actually cover the windows with their closed. And the shutters, anytime we deal with shutters, they need to be operable. But yeah, it needs some refinement and submittal, correct drawings submitted. But you're headed in a good direction. Yeah.
I agree. Gonna make a motion.
I'll make a motion for deferral. Based upon board and staff comments.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for deferral with staff comments and board discussion. Do I have a second to Bill's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Fillmore. I'll put the motion to a vote. Becky?
Yay in favor.
Carol,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill,
In favor.
Fillmore.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 9, wait, this, is this all, is this all?
Oh, 170 Wentworth is been deferred.
Okay, so agenda item 9, 170 Wentworth has been deferred by staff. We're on agenda item 10, 637 Rutledge Avenue. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction, overview of the project, please.
637 Rutledge is in Hampton Park Terrace, which is Council District 4. It is not surveyed circa 1981 in the historic corridor district. They're requesting a conceptual approval for rear addition, facade alterations, hardscape, and awnings. This is the property's location on Rutledge. And I'm going to turn this over to the applicant.
Thank you, Chris Bonner with the Studio Architecture. Probably most of your recognition of this building, as Frankie mentioned, it was built in 1981. It's been a bank building for a long time. It is also a strangely suburban manifestation here in the neighborhood that's certainly more urban, surrounded very much with blacktop and concrete. Looking at the street, that entire side of the street is essentially a parking lot. The rest was once jabbers, as well as other things. Now it's offices. The entire front is parking. On the other opposite side of the street, we see a more kind of broken down approach of houses and pedestrian oriented buildings. I'm looking at the at the building in its current state. You can see that it's very much a suburban bank building sitting next to the park and very well parked, very much pulled away from the streets and the sidewalk and surrounded kind of by this driving lane. I will bring up that, as you can notice from this picture, which is relatively recent, it's not too different than it is now. You'll notice that at some point they have blocked off the front driveway area. So even though the current building is wrapped with a drive aisle, it has long since been blocked from traffic. So it's just kind of this dead chunk of asphalt in the front. Architecturally, there is a front porch of sorts currently existing on the front facing Rutledge Avenue. It did have a drive-through bank teller operation at some point, so there is an eave canopy to the left-hand side as well. When we look at it kind of towards the corner, there is like a gabled roof shape towards the rest of the building. In general, it's a relatively small building. I think we're about 830 square feet total. And once again, very much surrounded by parking. To the rear, there is actually an access easement. So while there is kind of a parking and kind of driving area here towards the rear of the property, as it starts to get towards Moultrie Street, this is, will always be kind of parking and drive aisle because of the easement. So we're not able to really do anything with that back there. Plan wise, as you can see, this is the existing survey. The majority of the site is currently parking and pavement. And we're hoping to remove some of that drive aisle to make it a more pedestrian experience. This is generally the site plan we're hoping to transform the space into. On the left-hand side of the plan is Rutledge Avenue, going up the sheet. To the bottom of the sheet would be Moultrie and facing towards the park. So the hope is to come in that existing kind of asphalt driveway area that's towards the front of the building between Rutledge and the building, to remove that and really bring the pedestrian experience of the structure to the street in terms of kind of outdoor dining and really general pedestrian access. The hope is as well is to capture all that pavement that's on the right-hand side under the bank teller window, really separate it from kind of car space and allow it to be utilized at a pedestrian scale. Is that people hanging out, grabbing coffee, the possibility of having some kind of stationary food kiosk thing on the outside as well, really activate the site around the building itself. Architecturally,
its current state is pretty plain. We are asking, in the recognition of looking at trying to fix the roof as there were some leaks. It was made obvious that the front little porch area is thoroughly rotten and unfortunately kind of full of termites. So part of our proposal is to remove the faux triangle kind of thing that's hanging out towards the front door. And the majority of this kind of section, which is just kind of wood and like a box beam scenario, it's built quite poorly for the 80s, would be replaced in this scenario. And on the right-hand side, it's mostly about paint, activating kind of the area around the building, pedestrian scale, and planters, really separating where cars might exist and where people would exist. On the right-hand side, it's really, there's some kind of strange mix of sidewalk, really trying to fill it in, add some greenery to allow the pedestrian experience around the entire side of the building. And on the rear, we are adding a small addition that would include some additional restrooms, handicap access as well as some additional dining. Currently, that area is kind of a patch of dying grass, and then a pergola in the rear. This particular area, I would say, is more prominent towards the park, looking back towards Hampton Park. And really, architecturally, the main elements in our submission was kind of looking at how we cover this front seating and dining area. We actually had some kind of interesting comments from Eric Schultz after we'd already turned in most of our drawings. So we had a little bit of a change that we're hoping to not have necessarily that large roof on the front section of the building, but pull it back to the porch area and just have a pergola in the front. So we'll kind of show this one. Basically, gently remove this area as well, so it's pergola and not roof. There were some late comments about water use.
What's the reason for that?
There were some comments about the water coming maybe too close to the street, and so the recommendation from some of the city after the fact was to bring the water management farther away from the street, closer to the building.
So it just goes straight through? That's the line?
Correct, yes. Well, the only difference being the roof is not with the left in the front. Everything. As you can see, currently, there really is no true transition from the sidewalk into the front of the building. So the hope is to add plantings, small, low fence area to kind of separate that seating area from where everything is already. And then the asphalt area that would have been kind of drive through, the thought would come back, really kind of add paint and other things to make it feel much more like a separated pedestrian area.
Any questions for the applicant?
Is there a big tree or something they're trying to worry
I
about?
mean, it's not a big tree, it's a crepe myrtle.
Oh,
It is of living,
yeah.
it's living.
It's in
Right.
the state of living.
Currently, there's very little plantings around this building. That's why it's so sad it's sitting there.
Yeah.
And so the hope is the one vertical element that is the crepe myrtle could actually stay while we add the rest of the planting.
Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Utilities to the Charleston Foundation, HCF appreciates the adaptive reuse of the state community school building. We're excited to see it transformed and commend its intention to make full use of the building and its site. We would like to suggest incorporating a pedestrian entrance along Rutledge Avenue, but I also understand from that presentation and physical explanation of that. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking? Okay, Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff just had some observations that it's adaptive reuse of a bank. Staff appreciate the hardscaping changes and the proposed addition is minimally impactful to the existing structure. So staff recommend a conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff in permit.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Bonner, did you want to respond to or clarify anything?
All thing I would say is, in terms of kind of pedestrian access, there is a hope that, at the end of that, there is a path on Rutledge that would take you, if you look at the plan, it would take you from the sidewalk kind of to the front door. That is where the existing accessible ramp is. So there will be an entrance, more directly kind of on Rutledge as well.
So through that picket fence, they'll be looking.
Like at the end, picket fence, yeah.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant presentation is not closed, so move into board discussion and a vote. I am very happy something is gonna happen here. I walk by it all the time and it's just,
Want to know the good restaurant?
yeah, pretty much. I mean, a coffee shop, it could be anything. It's just sitting there and, it should be used. This seems like a upgrade.
I don't have any real issue. It's
Interesting adaptation.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting.
Yeah. And the only minor thing I would say that I believe, I guess those ovals that we're seeing are kind of placeholders for signs, are they?
Yeah, and obviously that will go through the.
Yeah, just that, those need to be fit proportional with all the areas of the building going on, and not overhang like that.
I have a question, one thing we should probably address. So the application in front of us has the roof. Are you being required by the city to do the pergola concept? I don't want them to come back.
Sure. It was heavily suggested. Part of the scope of the project is a kind of the borderline of CRC, so. Just straight into CRC, and so the suggestion was that was an ability to manage water effectively versus taking. So the pergola is the preferred,
So it's
design for.
Okay.
So I see 2 crepe myrtles in front there, so that's what you're trying to avoid?
One.
You said Eric Schultz, and I just naturally thought, is he trying to save something? So
No, he just trying to.
divert water.
I just want to make it so that whatever we say, he doesn't have to come back.
Right. I agree.
But yeah, the pergola is the preferred
Okay.
direction for it.
I'm okay with either.
Me too.
Yeah, that's fine.
I prefer it not pergola, more
I agree.
usable.
It makes you think of like, there's Berkeley's right there. They have that huge outdoor space. So
We approve it both ways and let him find it out with the city.
Certainly.
we can try, and if you guys have a problem with it,
But you prefer the pergola, you're saying?
Yes, that is the preferred method, yes.
the preferred is the pergola.
We just approve it that way.
Thank you.
Did you make a motion
Make a motion to approve as submitted.
with
The-
the, I guess, a modification
Pergola
proposed?
roof.
So how about conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff? With board condition that pergola option is also approved? All right, do we have a second to Daryl's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Bill. The motion to a vote, Fillmore,
They in favor.
Becky,
Yay in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes for the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 11, 37 Montague Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Okay, 37 Montague is in Charleston Village Council District 8. It is category 4, circa 1870 in the Historic District, requesting preliminary approval for fenestration alterations, south addition, and hardscape. This is the property's location on Montague. And I will turn it over to the applicants.
Yes, good afternoon. I'll try to keep this succinct as possible. You all have seen this project before and approved it unanimously. We have a couple of small changes that we want to to introduce to you. This is the structure, as you see. We've previously been approved to remove the non-original additions to the properties and basically rebuild this as it would have been originally. So I think there was a consensus for that. This was to remain. Obviously not an original portion of the structure. The fencing was to be removed, in this small little outbuilding. Streetscape. There's the property as it existed in 1902 and again in 1944. Site plan. So this is a proposal. We reworked the site. All of this has been approved. What we're proposing today and asking for approval for today is the addition of a small pool house structure, accessory building, little shed, and then extending the rear addition back 8 feet from its previous approval. Here's some of the details. There's a trash surround which sits behind the addition. This was the existing structure. This is the approved back in this is existing. We did add a little porch here. This sits well back from the corner, so it's minimally visible, if at all. This is the 8 feet that we're proposing to add on to that structure, the existing house. Yeah, that 8 feet. Bedroom was just too tiny. This is the master bedroom, and it's just was almost unusable. Probably get a bed in it. That's the reason why. Existing roof plan proposed, and again, 8 feet, you know. Copy paste. There's your pool house structure. It has this sort of canted roof to match the house. The house has that feature, which I think is kind of interesting. Picking up the detailing basically from the house. Very small structure. Front elevation, rear elevation. No changes here with this proposal. Removing one window from the backside, not visible from the top side. Again, that's the existing, what was previously approved. River twos and then some French doors below. And then the trash enclosure. The proposal. So basically we had a single door and a window to that west elevation. Again, very minimally visible. And we skewed the trash enclosure back towards the rear property. Very, very deep sites. We're not encroaching, no setback issues, no zoning issues at all. This is what previously approved, existing, previously approved, no change. And then we see the window, and there's the 8 feet. We're continuing that elevation. Sections. That's kind of it. That's right. I would add to the record, we've had several letters in support on the neighbors. I didn't get these in time, but I have submitted to the city, but they weren't able to make this meeting. But a letter from Joyce King, 24 Montague, totally in favor of the Finn family at 37, adding as much as they need to their home. They're asking 8 feet. I added more than that to my house. Goes on and on, but this will be, I will send this to the city should have all this on file. Ron Horn at 54 Bull Street. I support the request for 8-foot extension to the house for a master bedroom. I've been to the house numerous times and it's evident that there's barely enough room for bed in the room. Extension would allow for a functional room and enhances the livability and appeal. There will be no change that would be visible from the street. It only affects the rear of the property. Extension would blend in the existing structure and the style of the home. I strongly support them taking they changed this originally from a duplex to a single family home. So we saw this as well. Finally, Scott Lewis, owner of 23 Montague. Please be advised, I've reviewed the drawings and visited 37 Montague Street property. I'm fully in favor of the Finn family's plans to improve the structure. I see no architectural cause for concern and look forward to the renovation, which only improves the neighborhood. I should note that Montague is striving to retain its integrity and uniqueness of our neighbor, and having the Finn family convert this rental into a single family home is most welcome. Appreciate the hard work and dedication required to take this project such as this in downtown and support their efforts completely.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking? Frankie, if you give us any staff comments and recommendations.
Staff just had an observation that this is a continuation of the existing addition, and it improves the proportions of the windows. Staff recommendation is you already have a conceptual approval, so preliminary approval with final review by staff. Sorry, I had that wrong.
Mr. Richards, did you want to respond to or clarify?
No, that's fine.
All right. Public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
The addition is just simply extruding what we've already looked at, so I'm
Do we
fine
have a
with
motion?
that, you know, these pool houses. Fairly simple.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I thought I recall that when this came to us before, we had asked for the shutters on the doors to be eliminated. Just because of the sheer number of the, I think there was a discussion of, was there too much clutter? All the doors shuttered as well as all the windows.
I unfortunately did not copy the previous results. I apologize.
Was that your recollection?
I don't remember.
Yeah, just whatever was in that, or whatever was approved previously, whatever showed up on that.
Does anybody have any comments on the little pool house?
So I actually just have one question, not to be silly, I'm trying to orient my north to south, east, west, but I'm assuming on the accessory building, that main elevation with the main doors facing the street. Is that correct?
It faces the.
Oh, the one with the
house.
little window is facing
Yeah,
on the south.
Yeah, there's no,
Yeah,
that's right.
okay,
Faces east,
facing the street.
it's the house. What's the pool?
Make a motion, preliminary approval as submitted with final review by staff.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for preliminary approval, final review by staff. For a second to Bill's motion.
Yes.
All right, put the motion to a vote. Becky,
Yay in favor.
Fillmore,
Yay in favor.
Bill,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl.
Yay in favor.
Chair votes for the majority and the motion passes unanimous.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Agenda item 12 is 27 Lambeau Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
27 Lambeau is in Charlestown. Application 8 is category 3, starts at 1850 in the historic district. They're requesting final approval actually for a generator placement. This is the property's location on Lambeau. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you, Frankie. Michael Strophel with the EPAM Architects. So this is a project that you guys have seen previously, and we've received final approval for an addition extension. As Frankie mentioned, this building is on the corner of Lambeau and McGree Street. It's one of the lowest lying areas south of Broad. It does flood regularly. And so having a generator has become a critical component to the project for the owners. Because it's such a low lying area, it's in an AE11 flood zone. In order to put the generator on a stand or anywhere else in the yard, it would have to be elevated about 8 feet to the bottom of the generator above grade. And since this is a corner lot, you've got every part of the yard is visible from either Lambeau or LeGree Street. So for all those reasons, we felt that adding the generator on the roof of the non-historic addition was the most appropriate location, and least visible location for this particular site. And we did do some studies on the street to locate it in a location that met the 5-foot requirement for code and for clearances, but also was the least visible location on the site. And so again, looking at some of these perspectives at the bottom there, you'll see that you really have to get halfway down Limbaugh Street and across the street just to see the top corner of it over the parapet wall. And so again, we just felt like that was the best location. And it's late. I'm happy to answer any questions if you guys have them.
So it's pulled out from the wall so that you can access all sides of it.
Correct. There's a minimum 5-foot clearance from the wood siding wall from the generator manufacturer.
So it's 5 feet from the.
Yeah.
Exactly 5 feet. Yeah, as close as we can get it.
Any other questions?
No.
Do we have anyone speaking? But preservation groups left. I don't know what I'm asking. Frank, you give us city staff comments and recommendations.
Staff had we wrote a condition for providing screening for it, but we actually were emailing earlier as to whether or not that would make it more visible.
I think it would.
So while I have that written as a condition, we're recommending final approval with any board conditions and the final review by staff of the permit.
Thank you, Frankie. Did you want to respond to or clarify anything?
Yeah, we did look at a screening option. It did make it significantly larger mass on the roof and just resolution for this.
Make the case, the background. Yeah, to make it disappear. Yeah.
All right, we're in board discussion and a vote.
If you had to build a stand, it would have to be roughly 11 or 12 feet tall to cover it. So it's, in my opinion, it's in the best spot.
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion to approve it as submitted.
So you made a motion for final approval?
Yep.
Final approval. All right, do I have a second to Daryl's motion?
I'll second.
You put the motion to a vote. Omar,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky.
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 13 is 684 King Street, Unit A. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
Hey, 684 King Street is in Wettside, Council for not surveyed. Circa 1948 in the historic corridor district. They are requesting approval to paint historic brick. This is property location on King Street. Am I reading the wrong one? I'm sorry. Yep, I'm not. Sorry, I got lost in my notes for a second.
Good evening, I'm Evan Gonzalez from Public Regard, here to present for 684 King Street. This is actually an expansion for Welton's Tiny Bakery that's right next door. We're actually wrapping up the interior as we speak. So they're located at 682 and they're taking this little addition next door for their retail operation. Expanding Tiny's just a little bit, but still remaining tiny. This is the Sanborn showed the original house on the 1944, 1951, the front store appeared, which was a barber shop. So we understand the character defining feature of the yellow brick is prevalent in our neighborhood. So our proposal is just to paint the red brick, as many structures around the neighborhood, included 3 pages of precedent, has done, but love the decorative detail of the yellow brick. So would like to keep that exposed. And these are just some examples of painted brick that has happened some in the past 5 years. And then the final rendering of that property.
Are there any questions?
Your rendering is the yellow brick left unpainted?
Yeah, it's the medallions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're not keeping it at the top, it's just the medallions at the bottom.
It is supposed to, it's supposed to be the entirety of the yellow brick. It may have been just a Photoshop discrepancy, but.
I think it's just covered by the audit.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong part of the building.
It's covered by.
Yep. No, it's above the awning.
Yeah, it's here. I think it's
Yeah,
just a
okay.
Photoshop.
Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking? Frankie, if you give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, Secretary of Interior Standards recommends against painting masonry that has historically been unpainted or uncoated. And we just had kind of a more of a comment than anything, but we don't normally approve the white stripe awnings. That we're not opposed to it. Staff recommendation of the painting is denial.
Mr. Gonzalez, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comments?
Yeah, I understand, the historic brick aspect and the 50-year rule. Definitely have never proposed to, paint brick, dealing with 1800s houses, but, since it is pretty prevalent in our neighborhood, that was just, our.
Thank you. Public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Are we looking at the awnings or just the painting?
I think the application said the paintings, I just made a comment about the awning because it was in the.
Are we being
It's
asked?
the-
Is
yeah,
that the awnings too?
That's the application for the awnings.
So you're not opposed to them?
We're not, yeah, we had an observation that we don't typically approve it, but we're.
So yeah, we're looking at the painting.
Can you put it back on the elevations or
The rendering?
elevation?
That would
Perfect, thank you.
So it's on this building too. We'd be approving the awnings. Because are those, they're not on there right there.
That's right.
Can't talk anymore. Oh my gosh.
I'm not opposed to the awnings. I think they're kind of fun. I am opposed to painting the brick. I think it's a nice brick, and just comparing the rendering to the actual photograph. The unpainted brick is a lot more interesting.
It's, there is a lot of painted brick in that neighborhood, but I'm just kind of curious about that, so.
Yeah.
I kind of looked around and there's a fair bit of unpainted brick in that
Yeah.
neighborhood as well, so it's kind of a toss up when you start
Yeah.
comparing it to the surrounding areas.
The real travesty is that awful thing that was added to the roof at some time.
I actually think I wouldn't be so opposed to painting the brick if the yellow wasn't there, but I feel like the color of the brick really makes the yellow pop.
See, Bill, there's your little house with the store tacked on the front. They look just, they're all over the place. And I really think the brick is defining.
I agree.
I think it would be a mistake.
Can I make a motion?
Yeah.
I make a motion to deny approval of the painted brick, approve the awnings. Yeah, right.
Yep. All right, we have a motion on the floor for denial of the painted. Denial of the painted brick and approval of the awnings as proposed. Do you have a second to Daryl's motion?
I'll take it.
Go more.
Motion to a vote. Becky,
Yay in favor.
Phil,
Yay in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore,
Yeah, thank you.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 14, 267 Rutledge Avenue, Unit D. Frank, you could give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
269 Rutledge Avenue is in Camembert, Elliotboro, Council District 6. It is a category 4 circa 1890 in the Old City District. It is an appeal of a staff decision to alter the door.
I'm one of the owners we have here on Rutledge. We just opened Nook Tiny Cafe about a week ago, and so the doors were completely finished, but I think what happened in communication was the glass paneling that we wanted to insert was not submitted with the refinishing of the facade essentially. So we went ahead and did the painting and finishing. It looks beautiful, actually. We just got it done on Monday, so I was gonna pass around a little picture so you guys can kind of see the finished product. But then that left us with the glass that we were just working on getting inserted, but we were denied first, and then our previous owner was also denied. So I guess we kind of came to get a better understanding of the denial and what how we could propose keeping the doors, keeping them historic, but adding the glass so that our customers can see in and that basically our staff can see out. And that's just from a security standpoint on my end. I want my staff to be able to see outside the doors, but keeping it historic and keeping it intact. So I'll show you a little picture of this.
So that's what they did, I guess they got finished on Monday. We're not dealing with like an after the fact thing, like what they've done is approved.
Yes, it was already approved. Yep.
Yeah, we're only looking at the door.
They
Okay.
repaired.
But it is the door.
Okay.
Yeah, so the
Okay.
door has missing glass and all the neighboring, and you'll see on the side, I'll hit slides over, all the neighboring houses and doors have glass, but we just do not. Yeah, building next door, it should be all in there. So that's next door. That's, go back to that picture. That is from 1920. We found that through the Preservation Society. So that was actually a glass door in our portion, and our addition was added in 1920. So the building was built in 1890, and then ours is an addition to the building. And Flyaway renovated it in 2017 and almost did a full kind of redo on the whole building and added all these glass windows on the outside. And I think if you flip through, we have some of those in there. They added these panel glass doors. That's our door. Obviously now we finished the photo that I showed you. They did a really nice job with that. But we're trying to basically insert 2 small glass panels. Not this whole size, just this size here. I think I actually have the proper, or should be in here.
Go the other way.
Yeah. The drawings, yeah. So our architect, well, I'm skipping over.
I don't.
Their architect kind of drew in what the size of those panels would be. So it initially was 2 options, just to make these 2 glass or make the whole thing glass. We would prefer to have a whole glass panel, keeping the doors intact, keeping it historic, just making it look prettier and allow our customers to be able to see in the cafe and allow, honestly, our employees to be able to see outside the cafe.
Are you proposing to modify that door or have a new door?
Just modify.
And-
But we were denied, yeah.
And you want to replace kind of all
Yep,
of this
exactly.
as one panel?
Yeah, so less than about, I would say 90% of the door will stay original and about 10% will be replaced by glass.
So it's just one, sorry, it's late. So it's just one panel. It's not doing 2 little
It's just
ones
one
on
panel
each.
on each.
What, okay.
So I think when I spoke initially, we were denied, actually, no, really, that's kind of what I came to it for. To understand why we're denied and what we can do, because when you look at this and, we've done a really nice job with kind of plants on the outside, make it look really pretty, but you can't see inside unless we have our doors open. Now, there's a couple of issues with that. We have DHEC that doesn't always want the doors open. We have to have the pastries covered, things of that nature. So we're trying to allow lighting to be inside without, it just, I kind of think that makes sense.
Were these doors installed by Flyway in their 2018 renovation?
No, they couldn't determine, but we know somewhere between the glass doors in 1890, when it was glass, somewhere, sorry, in 1920 it was glass. And then somewhere in that time period, they were changed over to these double doors. Flyway was, so actually, read this to you real quick. How much time do I have?
Oh. I don't know.
I just took a picture of this, so good. So, 267 Rutledge, this is from the Preservation Society, was built by the John Mayer grocery store in 1901. The 2.5-story wood frame corner building at 267 Rutledge features an ornate bracketed cornice, gable window, 1-story office addition that was added on the south side. That's us in the building in 1920. In the mid to late 20th century, the original glazed storefront was replaced by brick and plywood facade, and years of unaddressed termite damage and rot resulted in severe damage. Project goals included restoring the altered storefront through careful investigation of the remaining woodworking, reframing and repairing the piazza to prevent future water intrusion, replacing and rebuilding the structurally unsound addition on a new foundation. So our addition that we actually have the cafe in was fully demoed down to concrete. fully rebuilt in 2018. Why they kept the doors, I'm not sure. Cause the
Might
whole
have
building
been
is glass, except in this door.
I wonder if that was part of the approval.
But you guys can see that the next door obviously is glass. We are.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone speaking from the public? All right, Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
We actually do not have any condition. It's just, this was denied by staff. We didn't feel that we could approve at a staff level because we don't know how old the doors are.
I also have a picture of it demoed, if that matters, but it was rebuilt in 2018, 17.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to respond to or clarify anything Frankie said? You don't have to.
Yeah, just want to hopefully be able to put that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Public comment on the applicant's presentation is now closed. I'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I mean, they're obviously, I've been by and looked at them. They're obviously old doors, whether or not they're salvaged from somewhere else or they're, from this building. I don't know. I can understand wanting to get some visibility and light in there. I'm not wild about cutting into the doors, but I do understand it, and I would feel a little bit better if you were to keep them as a pair in each door instead of trying to make one larger one in each door. That way, it's reversible, should anyone ever want to put them back?
I mean, I can see that if these doors are old, carving them up is kind of, unfortunate. We suggested you could pull the trim, pull the panels, put glass in, store the panels. So make it at least reasonably reversible. Or you could take the doors down, build 2 new doors that matched with glass panels. With those in the attic. Hang the new ones. And build the new ones to look the same with the upper glass panels, and that way you could put the larger glass panels. So that's another sort of solution to get. I understand the need to get visibility.
I like either of them.
There's 2 solutions for not carving up.
One's more expensive.
Carving up, because once you
already redid the doors, and so I'm just picturing here.
once you cut that center style out, the doors. I mean, yes, it'd be very, very difficult to put that door back to.
Are you talking about like cutting out the middle too, like
That's what the proposal is, to take that middle on each door, is to take that middle
You're saying that is irreversible.
style out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much, I mean, it's not.
I agree.
Not really available.
I'd be in support of the 2 panel thing. I know it's not as much visibility as you want, but
Likely reversible, still conflict.
Yeah. It more preserves the original look of
it. Does, definitely.
Yeah.
There's no question.
I would be okay with that as a compromise. Sure. I will make a motion for.
This was a staff denial, so I mean, they're appealing the staff denial. So we need to, this is not a straight up, I guess we're overturning the staff denial with a condition. Okay. That's what you're doing.
Yes. Motion is to overturn staff denial with the condition that the 4 upper panels will be allowed to be replaced with glass, but retaining the trim around the panels, the exterior trim. That makes sense?
And the center
And the
style.
center style, yeah.
Would, would the board support new doors if we went that route? If we wanted to do a resubmittal for new doors, do you think that would be? Because being that's a new build, a new structure.
Don't think about that when people do that, stick them in the attic, you know, that.
Oh, they stay in the attic.
They stay in the attic forever.
Right.
Or
Forever.
So,
You're probably really not accomplishing a lot.
Kind of a more expensive option, but what if we put the doors as, because they swing inward right now, what if we had them swing outward and we built a new door behind them?
You would need an encouragement permit in order to have them swing
So that
outward.
was zoning.
That's with engineering.
You could feel it out with them and see if they'd be willing to do it. Okay, we have a motion on the floor for, we are overturning the staff denial with the condition that the 4 upper panels may be replaced with glass and the exterior trim around the panels in the center style be retained. Do I have a second to Bill's motion?
Second.
Thank you, Becky. I put the motion to vote. Daryl?
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Bill?
yeah, in favor.
Becky?
In favor.
The chair votes the majority of the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Read the condition one more time. I think I typed.
Yes,
The 4 upper panels be replaced with glass.
may
but-
be replaced with glass. You might as well, say but I said and, doesn't
Whatever.
matter. Exterior trim around the panels and the center style be retained. Agenda item 15, 179 Wentworth Street. Frankie, when you are ready, you give us an introduction overview of the building.
Thank you, guys. Last but not least.
Give us 1 minute for Frankie to introduce you.
I have to write this now or I read this conclusion. There we go.
It's okay, I'll rewrite it later.
I will. All right. 179 Wentworth Street is in Charleston Village, Council District 8. It is a category 4, circa 1840 in the Old Historic District, requesting approval for roof mounted solar panels. This is the location on Wentworth Street. And then I will turn it over to the applicants.
Thank you. What we're proposing for 179 Wentworth is renewable energy with battery storage, giving the customer home backup without the noise pollution of a generator. Okay, so here's the Sanborn maps, and next slide is highlighting the particular area, the lot lines, and the buildings are remaining the same as mentioned earlier, circa 1840. Actually was a hotel, a 21-room hotel, believe it or not, and it's now a single-family home. Go back. Here are some other historic photos. The top photo is the rear of the home, 2017. And the bottom photo is 2019. That's the front of the home during renovation. Originally, we did, the engineer put together a plan that had the solar panels closer to the road, more visible. We did a revised layout that brings everything towards the back of the roof. The roof is a black asphalt shingle roof, and the panels will be black on black with no exposed conduit or wiring. As you can see with the revised layout, we have moved the solar panels on the front portion all the way to the very rear, away from the street, and the same with the rear of the house. And again, here's the placement and the legend of the panels. Gives you a different perspective of the layout of the home. Again, here's the lot lines and the existing structure, structures. Flood maps. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so this is a 3D rendering of 179 Wentworth, kind of from a street view. And you can see in the red, we've highlighted the 11-foot, 2 inches space that we're proposing to utilize for the solar panels. Again, that's the front elevation. This is a 3D rendering of the rear of the house. And again, highlighted in the red between the chimneys is the 2 areas that we're proposing putting the all black panels on the black asphalt shingles. This is the rear of the home as well. As you can see, the Dominion utility meter and the disconnect. There will be 2 additional pieces of equipment. There will be a disconnect and a microgrid box that will be tying in the utility, the battery, and the solar power. So it will be in the same area of the existing equipment. And here's a hot air balloon, if you will, view of the house. The house has a very high elevation. This gives you a perspective of exactly where this solar panels are going to be. And of course, this is the street here. So we've moved everything to the rear of the home. And this was a photo that I took from the house. It is a east facing roof. This is right around 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Gives you a perspective of exactly what the street view is. As you can see, the very rear of the house is, and the roof is black asphalt shingle. And this is the rear of the house. As you can see, there are some street plantings. You got crepe myrtles. It's a little difficult to see the rear of the house, but that was the best view I could get at the time. So what we're proposing is basically a solar system with energy storage to give the homeowner energy backup. And I do have Mr. Lambert here for any questions that you guys may have. The system design basically is respecting the historic structure and the value while maintaining a low profile array placement along below the ridge line. Again, it's going to be black on black panels on a black shingle roof, minimizing visibility from the public right of way. I think the project advances Charleston's sustainability goals while preserving the architectural heritage. And I will be open to any questions you guys might have.
Any questions for the applicant?
How far above the asphalt shingles tops of the panel?
That's a great question. It's approximately 2.5 inches off the roof.
The top of the panels, 2.5 inches off the
The
roof.
mounts would be 2.5 inches, so it'd be 3.5 total.
And the panel is 1 inch thick.
Correct.
So it'd be 3.5 inches.
Correct.
Thank you.
And it is a 12-12 pitch to give you a perspective. So it's a very high roof with a very steep elevation. So again, when you look at the panels, it would, and everything is in a rectangular shape. So again, 3.5 inches off the roof, but kind of have to be below it to see underneath the panels.
Is it black mounts or stainless steel mounts that you know, what's keeping it tight?
Great question. Yeah, it's going to be black railing and black mounts to match the black panels with the black frames around it.
The panels that are forward of that chimney, is there any reason that they couldn't swing around to the other side and come back? I mean, is that a functional?
There's a big old tree back there
Thank you.
that's in the way, so you can't push them back further.
Okay.
And there's 3 chimneys, and
Right.
you got to engineer in between the chimneys without getting the chimney in the way and breaking it up and making it more visible.
The 2 that are, I can't tell if they're 2 or 4 on, that are forward of the chimney, and they go on the other slope, so they could be pushed back further.
The reason for the location on the west roof was simply because of the tree, and there's not quite enough space to fit it behind that last chimney.
But what I'm saying is, can they go
Put
along?
those forward to the second roof,
Yeah.
to the front of the house.
So could these here, you take, slid back there.
These 4 here,
Yeah.
we certainly can do that, yes, sir.
I would say my wife would have a preference to have them on the back of the house instead of the
Yeah.
front, but you know, whatever.
Board approval, we really need wife approval.
Delicate balance, that's why I have it.
Yeah, so this design was redesigned with the input of Mr. Lambert and of course his wife, and this was kind of her suggestion of kind of what her preference was. Of course, that's different from what the board's looking for, but yeah, that's
The
what.
idea is it's less visible on that
And
side than.
Can you clarify where the equipment is gonna be and how big that is? Is that on the sidewalk?
It's on the side.
If I can go back, it's
at the
right
back of the
next to the
house.
meter. Oops, sorry, went
Yeah.
too far. That is the utility meter you can see there, and then that is the master disconnect. According to code, we have to have a disconnect. One of those boxes will be a disconnect, and then a microgrid is essentially what we're creating, where the power from the solar, the power from the battery, and the power from the utility will all be controlled through that central box. All the batteries, inverter, and all the additional equipment will be in the back of the house next to the HVAC.
Right, this is right on the sidewalk, right?
Yeah,
Correct.
will there be any exposed conduit in association with those two boxes?
There will be a piece of conduit similar to what you see from the Dominion box coming down, but it will be a single piece.
So
And we can run it alongside that piece of conduit coming from the Dominion from the utility.
Okay, so it'll go down and not up.
Yes, sir, it'll go down. It'll be coming from the attic area down, running alongside the existing conduit.
Oh,
for
okay,
the
yeah,
utility.
okay, so we're not, okay, so yeah, it would, okay. And are those two squares approximately scaled to what they'll help you go?
I tried to scale it as accurately as possible. But the boxes can be painted. They're kind of a neutral beige, if you will. And again, it's a master disconnect and again, a microgrid box that kind of funnels all the energy into one central location.
Help with paint on the body of the house. That would be less noise. Them and the conduit.
That's certainly an option that we can certainly handle that.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. There's no one from the public or anyone. Frankie, will you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please?
Yeah. We've got some observations and I'm trying to read these a little bit out of order. So due to the visibility of the proposal, this couldn't be approved at a staff level, but they have revised it since originally talking to staff, trying to make it less visible. So I should be aware of that. These comments are per the board policy for solar collectors. I tried to just pull out the ones that were most relevant to this one. Solar collectors can be installed on category 3 and 4 buildings. And they may be allowed some visibility from public right of way while not detracting from the historic character of the property as determined by the BAR. So they should be located on rear roof slopes, behind architectural features or parapet or other locations not visible. And they are encouraged on accessory buildings. And then that's just the list of the significant or character defining features. So essentially, it's just that this was not something that we could approve.
Did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff observations? And you don't have to.
I guess the biggest thing I'll comment on is the rear portion of the home, of course, has the foliage and the trees, the crepe myrtles, if you will. But also the house behind it, the driveway is only 16 feet in length, so it's a very narrow window. So if you're coming down the street or coming up the street, it's a very small window that you can actually see. And the same for the front. If you look at the lot lines and the building lines, it's a very narrow alley as far as your point of view from the street view. And the image that I did take from the front of the street, let's see if I can. No. I took it at high noon just to show you. I don't seem to be moving here, but anyway, I took it at high noon so you could see the visibility of the roof. And I probably wasn't doing myself any favors, but that's as really as bright as it gets. There's the image. Thank you so much. And that is the area that we're proposing putting the panels is approximately 66 feet from the street. And again, the black asphalt shingles really makes it very nice and slick. So. Any other comments or questions that I can?
Thank you. All right, public comment. The applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. I see why there's more on the other side now.
I think this being a black asphalt shingle roof is actually a plus.
Yeah.
We're not cutting into historic metal roof or something, and they'll be less noticeable on the black. I do think if you could take the ones that are forward of that chimney and slide them to the other slope and get them further back, I think that'd be helpful.
So they're gonna be visible.
Yeah.
Walking on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
The ones on that are the smaller group that's on the right-hand side are gonna be very visible. I mean, it's 12-pitch roofs. I mean, the truth of the matter is, the greater the pitch, the more visibility there is. So less the pitch, the less visibility there is. And so they're gonna be very visible. They are gonna be all the way up the back. But and there's no question, we see solar, all of us see solar panels all the time.
Yeah.
They're visible.
Yeah,
I
they're
mean,
visible.
if you can see them, you can really see them. It doesn't matter whether the roof's black and the solar panels
Yeah.
are black.
Yeah.
They look like solar panels
Yeah.
on a roof. The other side, I think, is going to be quite visible too, just simply walking up from the other direction. It's the same sort of perspective. There's more, apparently there's more vegetation on the other side to give a little less visibility. And I understand the wife's point of view. I mean, that's the way they approach their house. That's the front. She'd rather the panels be on the other side, so you don't see them walking, as many of them walking up to the house. So I understand that. It's
I don't have a problem with visibility. I mean, I commend the sustainability and I don't think it's impacting any or detracting from the
Right,
overall
it's
project. So
not a turn roof that, you know, it's gonna come peeling off when the solar panels fly off because they're attached to the turn roof, historic turn roof, which
Yeah.
no longer has any nailed clips attaching it.
Which is what we
And
struggle with. That's.
So, yeah, and I'm kind of going that way too. I hate to see them.
Yeah.
I just don't like the way they look on new houses or old houses, but I think that it's an understandable condition. So I
I
don't
had a
really
little bit
have,
of question about all
I
the.
appreciate the fact that they're pushed back as far as they can go.
I have a little bit of a question about, we don't usually allow that much equipment like visible
Yeah,
right in
it's
the
gonna be-
street.
I don't know how big those boxes are. Your disconnect, which is the larger of the two, is it like a standard 200 amp disconnect or is it?
Correct.
something-
It's a nice switch.
It's a knife switch disconnect. It's gonna be about this wide and about this tall.
Correct.
And I've got two of them on my house. And the conduit's gonna come down from there. You can run it next to the other one. It's gonna come all the way down next to the Dominion interface conduit. Down and it's gonna go over and gonna have to go, horizontal a little bit and connect those two boxes. So it's
Can we require?
it's gonna be right there at eye level.
Just wondering if that takes away the visibility of it, if we require it to be painted,
Oh, yeah, it helps.
but maybe a board condition.
It certainly is way better than having them a contrasting color, but they're still visible.
Bill, did you want to make a motion?
It's the consensus, everybody's okay with where the panels are located, none of them need to shift or anything.
So is this another step?
That disconnect, I think,
Not exactly because they've changed. things.
Okay, so this is
So you don't need to worry about
do
that.
we do a is this conceptual or is this like just just a straight up approve?
I would do a final, but acknowledge that staff still has to approve the permit.
All right, I'll make a motion for final approval. With the condition that the disconnect box and what did you call the other one?
The microgrid.
And that one too, both and conduit be painted. be painted out,
Micro grid.
Grid.
should be painted out, should match the body of the building
And the conduit.
and the conduit also. And feel free to paint that Dominion one too. later.
Anyway, it's already the election, the meter base.
You just tell them BAR required.
I'll take that, you take that.
They will give in.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor for final approval with the board condition, the disconnect box, the microgrid, and the conduit. That's all of them, all right, being painted to match the house color. Second,
I second.
thank you, Becky, I put the motion to a vote, Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky.
Yay in favor.
The chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Do I have a
Thank you
motion to
very much.
adjourn? Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
And we will get the permits approved.
Thank you, Fillmore, all in favor?